With the help of React Native, we are going to build an AI diet planner application where user can keep track of his calories, plan the meals for the week, and even generate the recipe with the help of AI. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGurji channel. Today we are going to build a React Native full stack AI diet planner application where we are going to generate more than 10 plus screens. This is a completely beginner friendly course where you're gonna learn how to build the React Native application, start from the creating the project to deploy and build the APK file where you can install directly into your mobile device. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll see what we are going to build and which tech stack we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen and you're gonna learn how can we add the background effect, the background image to your landing screen. Then on the click of get started, you have option to sign in, and also if you don't have an account, you have option to create a new account. Here we added the email password authentication. After entering the detail, we'll sign in. If you are a new user, then you will jump onto this page where you want to add some basic information. Enter the weight, then the height, and then select the gender and what's your goal. If you want to lose the weight or gain the muscle or gain the weight, select the appropriate option and then simply click continue. After click continue, with the help of AI, it will generate the complete plan for you, like how many calorie you need, how many protein you need, and your further plan in for the diet. And then boom, we land on the home screen where you will see on the top we have the user information. Then you can see the how many calorie you burn today or consume and how many calorie it's left. We also added this beautiful progress bar, along with you will see the today's date. Then you have option to generate the recipe with the help of AI. We also learn and you're gonna learn how to add the background or a gradient background as well. Then at the bottom you will see today's meal for the lunch, dinner or breakfast. Now the most interesting part, if you check this, you will see that it's saying the status updated and your calorie count automatically get updated. So we are just adding this particular functionality so that you can track your meal. If you want to generate a new recipe, just click on this create new recipe and enter the prompt. After entering prompt, you can add more details if you want and then simply click generate recipe. Once you click generate recipe, it will give you the some options, right? And then you can select the any of the option you want. Here I will select the spicy paneer masala and then it will start generating the complete recipe. Along with it will generate the AI image for that recipe as well. And boom, if you see, it redirect it you to a recipe detail screen. At the top you will see this image created with the help of AI for this particular recipe. You will see the how many calorie you will get after eating this, how many time it will take to cook this, and how many people you can serve. Then you will see all the ingredient list along with this beautiful emoji. You want to learn how to add that very easily. Then you will see all the instruction in order to cook this particular recipe. Now let's consider that you want to add this recipe into your meal plan. Simply you have option to add it to a meal plan and then you will see this beautiful action sheet where you can select the date for which you want to add. For example, you want to add it for the Friday 18th. Then you can select the meal type, let's say for a dinner, and simply click on the add to meal plan and it will get added to your meal plan as well. How easy it is, right? Then we'll go back, and if you want to explore more recipe, you also have option where you will see this beautiful tab that we added. So with the help of Expo router, we are going to add the tab navigation as well. Once you click on the meal, you will see all the meals which already available inside our application. Whenever user create any recipe, it will automatically get added under the meals section. You can open any recipe and see the details and add to your meal plan as well. That's how easy it is, right? Under the Progress tab, you will see the meal plan for each day. Just select the date and you will see all the details. Then you will see the goals and option to generate. You wanna learn how can we reuse the component instead of writing the duplicate code. So we're gonna learn to use the existing component on the different screen. In the profile tab, we added these simple profile options to jump to the specific screen as well. So guys, this complete application, we are going to build it from the scratch. With the help of Expo build tool, we are going to build this React Native application, and for the backend, we are going to use a Convex database. You will find this is one of the best application which use the Convex for the React Native application. At the end of this tutorial, we are going to export this app in order to publish it on App Store and Play Store. So guys, if you are really like this application and really want to build it, watch the complete video. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. And if you want to get access to the source code and any of my courses, you can go to the tubegurji.com where you will find all the courses and the source code. Just join the TubeGurji Pro family and then you will get access to all of my source code as well. So without doing any further delay, let's begin. What if I say I made this video with the help of AI within a few seconds in order to generate a side income by posting this animated real life video on the social media platform. And you can also make this kind of video with the help of Magic Light. Magic Light is a sponsor of this video as well, where you can generate an AI animated video. You can generate up to 30 minutes of long video which is completely realistic. Also, you can build the video with a consistent character in your story. Creating the video with the Magic Light is quite easy. And in order to create a video with the help of Magic Light, click the link in the description in order to get a maximum discount on your account. Also, it's free to start, so you don't need to pay at the beginning. And here you have option to create an AI video, or even you have option to create AI character. Let's try a simple example. Let's say you want to create an AI video. Here you have option to select the aspect ratio. Then you have option to select the language as well. You will find a bunch of different languages. Then select the character style which you want, right? So I will select this Disney character style. Here you have option to generate the different script. Now I will use the existing script, okay? And if you see in the duration, you can generate up to 30 minutes of video. How cool. Once you select the duration, click next, and here you will see all the scene for your video. Then click next. Then you have option to generate the different character. So for this story, it will ask you, okay, it will show you the character which is needed. You can even have option to select or do the auto casting for this character. And if you see how cool, depends on the story, it selected this character. Then we'll say next, and now it will generate the storyboard for you. And boom, here we go. If you see all the scenes, the character, and it's throughout the video is constant. You also have option to animate the your images as well. Now here you have the cover and header style. You can select the one which you want. You can have option to add the subtitle, depends on how you want it, and the background music. You can also select the background music. Then simply click generate. You have again option the ratio. I will select the default one, and then it will start generating. And boom, once the video is ready, you have option to play, see the video, and then even you have option to download the video. How cool. So go to the Magic Light and start building the video with the help of AI. The link in the comment section to get an extra benefit with the Magic Light. In order to create the React Native application, we are going to use an Expo. Expo is a build tool to build the React Native application. Expo is quite helpful for the beginners or who want to develop the completely fully featured React Native application. It helps us to develop, review, and to deploy your application very easily. It also provides a lot of feature, and it will make development much easier. without compromising any of the functionality. All the feature like map, camera, gallery, all the native features we are going to add using this Expo build tool. So first thing, simply go to the expo.dev and go to the documentation in order to create a new project. Here you will find this npm command. So just copy this npm command, go back to your folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal or command prompt, add that folder, and I will just increase this size and then simply paste it and enter. Now this command will install the latest version of the Expo application. Here just say, do you want to proceed, say yes, and then you need to give the application name. So in this case I will say diet planner, or will say AI diet planner, and then it will install all the necessary dependencies library which we need to run and to build the React Native application. And here we go, our project is now ready. So simply open a VS Code and open the project which you just created, and then say yes, I trust the author, and on the left hand side you will see all the folders and file created for this React Native project. Now before explaining each folder and file, let's run the project. So there are a couple of ways that you can run the project. Either you can use the emulator or you can use the Expo Go application directly inside your mobile actual mobile device. Okay, so for that one simply search on Google Expo Go, and this application is available for Android and iOS. You have to just make sure you will be in the same network. Copy the QR code. Once we run the application, you will get the QR code, copy it with your device camera, and then it will open this Expo Go with your application, which from which you can test that. But the another way is to run application inside the emulator. Now if you want to build for the iOS, you can run the iOS emulator. Obviously for that one you need a MacBook and Xcode. Otherwise for Windows user you can use the Android Studio. Now make sure to install the Android Studio, and then once it install you will see these three dots in depends on the version which you are using, right? And here you will see this option called SDK manager. Make sure at least one SDK API is installed. So in this case for me it's an Android API 34. Also go to the SDK tool, and for the SDK tool make sure to install Android SDK build tool, NDK, Android emulator, and SDK platform tool as well. So once this is installed and available to use, simply go back to these three dots and select virtual device manager. Here if you don't see any device, then make sure to create a new device by selecting the config, and make sure to select the device which has this icon, which is the Play Store icon. Okay, and then click next. Then here select the operating system, click next, and then select some other setting as well. And once it is ready, just say finish, and then you will see your device over here. Now simply run this any of the device which you want to run. So I will run this one, and then it will start and launch the emulator. And if you see, our emulator is now starting. So in the meantime you can close the Android Studio, and here once it started it will look like an actual device where you can run any applications. Here make sure to say hello debugging, and then go back to your application. Now I will keep this side by side so it will be easy for us. Now simply open a terminal, say new terminal, and inside this VS Code terminal only you just need to run command npm run start and click enter. Once you enter, you will see it will generate the QR code. This QR code you can scan with your actual device if you want to run the application on your actual device. Otherwise here you will see that your application running on this particular port. You have option to um, switch to the development build as well. And here if you want to open on Android, just press A. For iOS emulator, press I, and for the web you can press W. Now simply I will press A button from the keyboard, and then if you see, it's saying opening an Android, and here you will see our application will run on the Android device. Once the build is complete, you will see your application. Here we'll say continue, and then you will see all these debugging option as well. And currently it has a 2 tab. When you create the project, you will see the default code along with the page and tab. If I go over here, you will see this page inside the app folder with some tab and everything, but we want to create everything from the scratch. So in order to uh, remove all of this file, right, you just need to run command called reset project, and this particular script is written inside this package.json. So simply I will say npm run reset project and click enter. Once you say enter, here you have two options: either you can move to that another folder or you can directly delete it. I will say no, and then it will delete all of the example file or demo file because we don't want. And then this is the default page now for our application, which has only index.tsx and underscore layout.tsx file. Now inside this underscore layout, which is the root layout of your application, and when you for the React Native Expo application, you have at least one root layout file which contain a stack. Okay, so stack is a one form of navigation. Like the stack, we also have tab navigation, drawer navigation, and we are gonna learn some of them like tab navigation, stack navigation. Also inside this index.tsx, which is the default page of our application, and if you see right now it's just rendering a text on the screen called edit app slash index.tsx to edit this screen. See this one. Now you have option to edit it. Here we'll say hello world and save it, and boom, if you see, it changed immediately. As soon as you save your file, it automatically reflect on your device. So it also provides the hot reload functionality as well. Here inside this view, which act like a div tag inside the HTML CSS, where it provided some style as well. If I remove this style and save it, then you will see this hello world is now showing at the top left corner. So that's how this all React Native tag works. If you are new to these tags and everything, don't worry, because I'm going to explain each and every detail. After this app folder, we have this assets folder, which contain the font, images, file which you want to use from your local application. Okay, so you can keep inside this assets folder. Then we have this node module, which contain all the packages which you install in order to run your application. But for this folder, we are not going to touch any time. Then we have this app.json file, which is very important file because which contain the name, slug, version of your application. Also it defines the orientation, whether it's a portrait or landscape, the icon of your application. If you want to change it, then you can update that along with the schema. Here you will find the iOS, Android and web configuration. Now at the end of tutorial, we will learn how to export the APK file, and it helps us to share your application as well. And that time we need to add a package name, want to update icon, so you can define it here. Same for the web and iOS as well. Then these are some plugin which is already exist, and we can use that one. So that plugin is defined inside this app.json file. Then we have package.json, which again contain the version, the script to run your application in different operating system, and the dependency install for this particular projects. So this is all about the React Native basic structure of the React Native Expo application. So hopefully you are able to run your application on actual device or either on emulator, so that you can test it and you can move to the next chapter. Now first thing we want to implement is the landing screen for our application. So whenever user come very first time, he will see this landing screen as per this mockup, where we have the logo, some basic information, the application name and button to get started. And when user come every time back to back, then user will see only at the top content and he will not able to see the button. Okay, so let's go back to our application inside the VS Code, and this is our default page, and inside this app we have this index.tsx which we're gonna use it as a landing screen. Before that, we don't want this top bar. So in order to remove it, let's go to the layout.tsx, and here I will just destructure it. So inside that I will just write stack, and inside this stack we'll say stack.screen. Inside this you will say name and just provide it as a index. Inside the stack screen you can provide an option to remove this header, or you can just provide option inside this stack called screen options. When you define screen option to this tag, then whatever the screen comes under this tag, that particular option will applicable to each of the screen. So here just now we'll say header shown as false and then save it. And if you see, the header is now gone. How easy. Let's go to this index.tsx and I will remove this for now, and we want to add a background image. For that one I'm going to use an image which I already added. So one is the landing.png file and other is logo.png. So simply, in order to display this image, we'll use an image tag from the React Native. So React Native also provide their own image tag. Inside this we provide a source, and in order to use your image from the local, you can use it using this require, and inside that you just need to provide the path. So in this case it is in assets images slash landing.png, and if I save it you will see this image. So okay, so this need to be in JPG actually, so save it and boom. So obviously the resolution is too high, so just provide an width and height. So inside this style you can provide a width and height. Now when we define the style inside this code only, then it's called an inline style. But if you define outside of this function, then it's called external styling. Okay, so it's up to you which one do you want to use. I'm gonna tell you both the way. Okay, so inside this style we provide a width. So let's say width you want 100%, and height you can provide let's say 500, and save it. And here we go, this is how it will look like. But we have to make sure the height will be matches to the screen height. So in order to get the screen height depends on whatever device user use. Here you need to use a dimension which is importing from the React Native dot get, and inside this get you have options screen and window. We'll select the screen dot height and then save it, and this is how it will look like. So this is how we want, because we want a full screen. Okay, now next thing I will use an view. Okay, and to this view let's add a text, and we'll say a diet planner and then save it. Now this text will go below to this image, but we want to show on the top of this image. So what we will do, for this view I will mark it as a style, and then for the position we'll say absolute. So if you see, now it's showing on the top of this image. Okay, also for this view now I'm going to add a height, the height which matches with this screen height, and then let's add a background color. For now let's add, you want to use a black color, and save it. So this is how it look, and also I'm gonna show a width as 100% as well, and save it. So everywhere it will show black. Now we want to change the opacity, or we can just use a transparent color. So it's totally up to you how you want to do. So if I do the opacity and let's say 0.7 and save it, so this is how it will look like. Let's just change to 6, and I think this is much better. I don't know whether it's changed or not, but I think this is much better. And on that one now we are going to show our content. So first thing, let's add an image. So inside this view I will add an image tag, and then we'll display the logo. So for that one, as we are displaying getting this image from the local, so just provide the route, or sorry, the path, and here we'll say logo.png. Now obviously to this logo we'll add a style. Here we'll say width of, we'll just say width, let's say 100, and height to 100, and then save it. But here if you see, once we apply opacity to the view, it will applicable to all the tags or component which we are going to add inside this view. So that rather we'll remove this opacity and add a transparent background color. So this is the color code I'm using, and simply save it. Now it will, if you see, it's showing the background as a transparent, but now our image is now have opacity 1. Okay, so that's the reason we use this background color as a transparent one. After this, we want to bring in the center of the screen. So to this view I will add it as a display, as a flex, and then align item to be in the center. So it will be in the center of the screen. So this need to be an align item. Yeah, that's correct, it's taking some time, but now it's good. And for this image, now we'll give margin top to, let's say, 150. I think 100 is okay. I will also change this size to, let's say, 150, so it's little bit bigger. Okay, then below to that I'm gonna add an text. Here we'll say diet planner, we'll say AI diet planner. Now for this text we'll add a style, and then we'll change the font size to, let's say, 30. Then we'll also change the font weight to bold, and then we want to change the color as well, so we'll change this to white. Okay, now every time you need to add a color, right? And obviously black white is easy, but sometimes we want to add the hex color. So better we can create one file, and in that one we can keep all our colors. So simply inside the root directory I'm going to create a new file folder called shared, and it contains all the shared content which we want to use. So here we'll say colors.jsx, and inside this color.jsx we'll add export constant, or we'll just say export default, and inside this you can mention whichever color you want. So for example white, now white has hash fff, save it, and then in order to use it you can just say colors. You have to import that, so make sure to import colors from, and then give the path. So in this case we'll say shared/colors, so that you can use colors dot. Now if you see, you got the suggestion as a white. See, second we want to add one more text, and I will just copy this content as it is, and we'll paste it inside this text. Now obviously we want to give some style, so for here we'll say text, text to be in the center. So then we want to give a you can give margin horizontal, let's say 20, and then you want to change a font size to, let's say, 20, color as colors dot white, and then we'll give margin top, let's say 15, and after this I will change this opacity to, let's say, 0.8. okay, little lighter, and then it will look like this. You can change the font weight if you want. I will keep like this only. And at the bottom we want to add a button. Now obviously we're going to use button many times in inside our application, so better I will create a component inside the shared, and we'll create a folder as well. We'll say components, and inside this component I'm going to add all the shared components. Or better, we can do one thing. Let me delete this folder and we'll create a new folder called components. Inside this component, let me create a shared folder, and then inside the shared we'll add button.jsx file. Let's add a default template. So this need to be a React Native template and save it. Now simply in order to use this button, I'm gonna use this button component. So make sure to import. Sometimes it will not give you the suggestion. So inside the components, shared / button, and then use this. Now to this button component, you need to pass some parameter or some props. Okay, so let's go to this button and first style this one. Okay, so for this view I will add a style. We'll change the let's add a padding to, let's say, 20. Just make sure you will add this button inside this view. So over here we'll say button and then close the tag, and here we'll see button as well. Now after padding we'll add a background color, and this will be colors, and we want to add the primary color for our application. So over here we'll say primary, and then we want to add hex code, and here we have this hex code for the primary. So over here I will just say colors dot primary as a background color. Okay, we want to change it later on. For now I'll just use this one, and over here we'll say width as 100%, and for this text now we'll add some style. Here we'll say font size as 20, then color to colors dot primary. Here I will make this padding to 15. Let's make this color to white, and for this view I will add border radius to 15. We'll make text align in the center, and I think this is pretty much okay. Obviously inside our index.tsx, for this particular view I'm gonna add some padding. So simply set the padding to 20. Okay, so it will be in the same line, so it will not touch to this particular screen. And then you can put this button at the bottom. So either you can use the view, you need to wrap it inside the view, or you can keep this button outside of this one, then simply wrap it inside this view. And then for this view I'm going to add a position as absolute. Okay, then we'll say width to 100%, and right now if you see it's showing at the top, and then simply say a bottom to, let's say 15. Okay, let's make it 25, and also we'll give padding to 20, something like this. Beautiful, right? Now whichever text you want to show, you can pass this text to this button. So button will accept, let's say, title. Okay, and then this title we want to replace over here. Also we need to make this button as a clickable. Okay, here don't forget to pass a title as, let's say, get started. And for this button, in order to make it pressable, just change this view to a touchable opacity component, which is from the React Native. Now once you add that, it has a method called onPress, and simply you can also pass this method onPress. So whenever onPress method is clicked, it will trigger this onPress method. It will pass the method back to this parent component, and here you can simply accept that. Right now I will just console, so you can just see output inside the terminal. And if I open this the terminal and if I click get started, see it's showing the button click. It's time to set up a backend for our application, as we are going to use a Convex database for our React Native application, because Convex provides a lot of different features. It's a real time and it's free to use. It also provides to store the files. You can also run the cron job and you will get a real-time update. Also, it has a type safety, so it's very minimal chance to get an error, and that's the reason we are using a Convex with the React Native application. Simply go to the convex.dev or click in the link in the description which I kept. Just open that to go to the specific documentation. Also, Convex recently released all new AI agent called Chef, where you can build a complete full stack app in a minute. Just enter a prompt and then Canvas will take care of your application. It will write the full stack front end code, as well as it will write a backend and set up a database with the Convex automatically. And obviously you also have option to deploy it directly through the Chef Convex agent. So it's very easy to use and just give a try. I also make the video on the Chef by Convex. The link is in the description, so you can go ahead and check it. Here you have option to deploy your site and you can directly make it live. So simply sign into a Convex. If you see, I built a lot of application with the Convex. Here you have option to create a new project, give the project name. Here I will say AI Diet Planner and simply click create. It will create a brand new project for you. If you see, this is the database is created. Currently we are in the dev mode, but once your application published, you can change this to a production mode as well. Now once you created the database, simply click the link in the description and then you will jump onto this Convex React Native documentation. Simply click on this React Native quick start guide, and first thing you need to do is to install this Convex. So simply I will copy this command and we'll go back to our VS Code. Inside the terminal I will just paste it in order to install the Convex. Then you need to run this command called npm convex dev. But before that, okay, let's run it first. And once you run, it will ask you to choose the project. Now in this case we'll select the existing project, so make sure to select the existing project and then search the project which you want to connect with. So in our case is AI Diet Planner. Then click enter and then it will set up the Convex deployment and the Expo Convex URL inside your .env.local file. So if I go to this .env.local file, you will see these two environment variable get added by the Convex automatically. So you don't need to add anything. Now next thing is I will just keep on to this step number 8 to wrap our application inside this Convex provider. Okay. So before that you need to get this Convex. So I will copy this command as it is and simply go to the root layout file. So inside this app we have this underscore layout and wrap your application. First enter the add this Convex. Make sure to import this Convex React client. So I will just copy this command. Okay, so we'll copy this and at the top I will paste it here. After this you need to copy this Convex provider and simply paste it here and then save it. Now your complete application is wrapped inside the Convex provider. So now in any component or on any screen you can use a Convex. Now the next thing, you have the Convex ready and now you can use it. Also once you install the Convex, you will see the new folder get added called Convex, and inside that there are some already file added. You don't need to worry about that one for now. But the main important thing is now to create a brand new table inside our Convex database. Obviously you have option to create from here, okay, but we're gonna write a schema and from the schema we're gonna create our new table. So simply go to this Convex folder, and inside that we'll create a new file called schema.jsx. Now inside the schema, simply write export default define schema, and if you see, it's importing from the Convex server. Then inside this you need to define, you just add a table name. So in this case, let's say you want to create a users table, so we'll say users is equal to define table, and inside this you can define the column. So this need to be a colon, I believe. So you don't need to provide this constant because it will act like a new table for you. And then inside this define table you can provide all the column which you want to add. You don't need to provide id and the created add date because it automatically get added to your Convex record. But here, let's say you want to save the username, so we'll add user a name as a column name. Then you need to import this Convex value which is as a v dot and the type, so we'll say string. Then you want to add email is of type string, and the last we want to add picture, for example, and again is it of type string. Okay, now obviously this particular application is SaaS application and we want to add a user credit information as well. So simply I'm going to add here as a subscription ID, and if you want add some credit information, that also you can add it. Okay, let's say you want to add credit as, for example, let's say 10. Okay, and then save it. Obviously these two columns we might change later on, okay, but these are three columns, it will be a constant. Now let's save everything. As soon as you save it, you will see when we run this Convex function, it's saying now Convex function is ready. Simply go to your database, and here if I refresh this, so over here we have an error. Actually don't directly put the value, we need to put a type, let's say as a number, okay, and then save it. Also for the schema, make sure it's a JS and not a JSX, okay, or it's only TS, okay, if you are using TypeScript. And now it's saying our Convex function is ready. Now if I go back, you will see the new user table get added. Here obviously if I click add document, you have option to add this value. But subscription ID might be an empty if user is new, right? So simply you can wrap this particular column and make it as optional, something like this, okay, and save it. Now once you save, obviously this column, if I click add document, this subscription ID will be an optional field. So that's how you need to set up a backend for your application. Next, once we add the authentication, then you're gonna learn how to save or insert a record into our Convex database inside our user table. Now it's time to add a sign in and sign up screen for our application in order to authenticate user. So if you see this mockup, this first one is of sign up screen where user can enter full name, email and password in order to create an account. And once user create an account and user come back anytime, then user have option to sign in as well with the email and password. And obviously this authentication we are going to implement with the help of Firebase authentication with email password sign in functionality. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and on the click of this get started, we want to navigate to the next screen. Obviously it's a sign in screen. Okay, so let's first add the UI for it. So I will go back to VS Code. Let's close all of these tab, and we're gonna create completely new route. So inside this app folder, in order to create a new route with the help of Expo router, you just need to add a folder with a name, and this will be now your route. Inside that, we'll add signin.jsx as a new page. We'll add a default template, and it will be a sign in, and we'll add another screen called signup.jsx and save it. Now these two routes are ready to use. Now from the index.tsx, when user click on this get started, which we already have this on press event, we want to navigate to the get started, the sign in screen. So first I will implement a router using use router. So this use router is the Expo router. It is importing from the Expo router, and simply on the press I will say router dot push, and then just need to add slash auth slash sign in. Okay, so right now when you add a new route, make sure to reload your application. So I will just reload our application. So, and now right now you are getting this error because we are using TypeScript and we are jumping to the Java JSX page. So I will just rename this to a JSX instead of TSX, and if you see now we don't have that error. And now if I click on get started button, boom, it jumped to this sign in screen, and that's what we expected. Perfect. Now let's go to the sign in screen, and inside this we'll first add a logo at the top. So over here I will add an image source, and inside this we'll simply say slash. Obviously we need to provide, we need to mark it as a require first because we are using the image or logo from assets folder. And then after adding that we need to provide a width and height. So in the width, inside the style we'll add a width, let's say 80, and then height, let's say 80. I think that's too small, let's make it 150. Perfect. And let's bring everything in the center. So for this view you can display as a flex, and then you can mark align item to be in the center. Now for this image I'm going to add a margin top. So we'll say margin top, let's say 40. Let's make it 60. I think that's pretty good. And then after this we'll simply add a text and we'll say welcome back. Now for this text we'll add a style, and then we'll change the font size, let's say 25. Then we'll add the font weight as a bold, let's make it 35, a bit bigger. And after that we want to add a two text input. Now here if you see for this sign up screen and sign in screen we use this text input multiple times. So rather we can create an input component differently so that we can directly reuse that one, similar like a button. So go to the components folder, and inside this component folder we have this shared folder. Inside that we'll create input.jsx file, add a default template, and then save it. Now simply import this input component and save. Here you will see the text input. Let's go to this input, and over here we'll simply remove this view, and I will gonna add a text input from the React Native. Now this text input is used when you want to accept the value from the user. Inside the placeholder I'm gonna pass the placeholder, whichever placeholder user gonna pass. So over here we'll say placeholder, then it will also, let's add a placeholder for now, and obviously from the sign in screen you need to pass a value as a placeholder. So I will pass it as an email, and if you see it's now showing it as an email. Then we'll add some style here. First I will add a padding, let's say 10. Then we'll add a border width to 1 and border radius to, let's say 10. Then we also want to add width to 100%, and here I will add more padding. And along with that one we also want to change font size to, let's say 20. I think this is pretty much we need it. Let's make it 18, and if possible let's add padding. Somehow padding is only applying from the horizontal. Let's add padding vertical to 20. And then inside your sign in screen, we are going to add a padding to the view. Let's say 20. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Over here, if you want add a margin top, some margin to all of these, you can add that one as well. And then here I will wrap inside the view, and then to this one you can add a margin top, let's say 20. Okay, something like this. Obviously here we'll need to also mark width to 100% and then save it. So same thing, obviously for the password as well, I will just add another one. Here we'll say a password and then save it, and boom, if you say, immediately it's get added. Instead of margin just top, let's make it 15, and I think this is much better. And now you have these two input ready. So we just reuse this component. Okay, now one more important thing for password, obviously we don't want to show the password when user enter. So here we'll pass a value as a password and we'll make it as a true, and inside the input we'll add a password. The initial value of password is false, but when users send it as a true, it means this particular text input is a password field. And in order to make it as a password like, we need to add one property called secure text entry, and then simply pass the password value. If I save both this component or page, now if I enter, you will see it's enter like a dot dot dot, means it look like a password only. So this is very important thing that you need to add. Next, we want to simply add a button. So obviously we want to use our button component, and to this button component obviously we need to pass a title. I think, let me go to the button. Oh, so this is not this button component, we want to use our own button component that we added. So let's import that. From shared slash button, and then save it. And make sure to remove this from the React Native because we are using our own button component. To this button component, you need to provide a title as sign in. Let me bring this down, and to this one, let me add a view as well. Here I will add a margin top to 15, and also I'm gonna add a width to 100%. And after the sign in, obviously we also have on press event, which we can call it. So here we'll say on sign in, and this particular method I'm gonna call over here. Okay, when user click on sign in button, obviously we need to add a logic, and just below that we'll also add a text, and we'll say don't have an account, then we'll add a pressable, and we'll simply say create new account. So maybe we need to put outside of this one, and make sure to import this pressable. I think that is good. Obviously, so here obviously all the text which you are going to use inside the React Native, it should be inside the text only. So make sure to do that. And here you can make it as a class style with text align center. Then you can change the font size to, let's say, 16, and then we'll give margin top to, let's say, 15. Same thing I'm going to use for this one as well. And we don't need a lot of margin, but here we'll say font weight as bold. Perfect. Okay, now when user click on this create new account, we want to navigate to the sign up screen where user can enter full name, email and password in order to create a new account. So let's jump on to this sign up screen. So first, before that, I'm gonna add on press event, but there is another way that you can do it. Instead of adding a router, right, you can even wrap this inside a link tag which is importing from the Expo router. Okay, so instead of pressable, I will directly use that one, and inside that you can provide h reference and then simply provide a route where you want to navigate. So in this case, we'll say /auth /sign up and then save it. Now if I click on this one, create new account, boom, it's jumped to the sign up screen. So that's how you need to do it. Now let's go to the sign up screen, and I will copy everything from the sign in screen. Okay, so I will copy as it is. Here I will paste it. Just make sure this need to be a sign up. Okay, and here we'll say on sign up only. And obviously if I save this one, it will look like a similar one. But now obviously on the sign up screen, we are gonna modify a little bit. Instead of welcome back, here we'll say create new account. And for email password, along with that one, I'm going to add a full name and save it. Perfect. And here it should be create account. So for this button, we say create account. And if you already have an account, so here I will change this message, already have an account, then we'll say sign in here. Obviously for that one, we want to navigate to the sign in screen. Boom. Now if I click on sign in, it will jump to sign in. If I click on create new account, it will jump on the create new account. And here user can enter email and password as well. Now the next important thing, when user enter email and password, we have to make sure that we'll accept that. So from this input component which we created, we need to add on change text message. Inside this, it will emit a value whichever user entered, and here again I will pass it to the new method called on change text. Now this on change text, I'm gonna pass back to the parent component, and wherever you use the input field, make sure to accept there. So in this case, let's say you wanna accept the input. So here we have on change text, and for that one, I'm gonna save inside the state. So we'll say constant. Let's say name, and set name is equal to use state. I will copy this couple of more times in order to save email. Here we'll say set email, and password, here we'll say set password. Okay, so these three value we are gonna save now, and make sure whenever on change text, here we'll say set, or you can just add like this, set name. Then for this input and input as well, here will this need to be a set email, and then set password, and save it. Now once user click on this create or on sign up or create button, we have to make sure that all of these three fields are filled perfectly, filled correctly. So here we'll say if name and if we'll say if not name and not email and not password, then it will return nothing. And obviously we want to show a toast message, or we can show alert as well. So in order to add alert from the React Native, just add alert.alert. Here we'll say error, or we'll just add missing fields, and we'll add enter or field value, and then save it. Now if I click on create account, you will see this message. But if I enter anything and try to create account, I'm not getting because we added this AND operator. So rather than that, we can set OR. So either of these condition matches, right? Then it will show a alert message. See, it means you have to enter all of this field, then only you can able to create a new account. Same thing you have to implement for the sign in screen as well. So on the sign in screen, I will define two state. So I will just copy from the sign up. So one for the email and one for the password. Make sure to import this use state, and then here for this input we have this on change text method. To that one we'll say set email, and here as well we'll say set password. And inside this on sign in, if condition, if email is not there or password is not there, then it will return nothing. And also we're gonna show an alert message similar like this one and save it. Now if I try to sign in, it will, okay, make sure to import this alert from the React Native, and if I try to sign in, see, I'm getting this message. But if I enter some value, then it will not give me that error. Now in order to add us authentication, let's go to the firebase.google.com. Here simply go to the console, and if you don't have project, then just create a new project. I will select the one which I already have, and here click add, and you can select the web, give the application name, and we'll say register app. After this, you need to install the Firebase using this command. So I will just copy that and go to this terminal. Inside the terminal, make sure to execute this npm install Firebase command, and then copy this Firebase config as it is. Then after this, let's go to the service file, service folder. I think we created. If not, if you don't have this service folder, let's create a new service folder. You can create any name, you can give any name, and inside that I will add firebase config.jsx file and simply the code which you copied. Then save this one. Here obviously make sure to update and keep this API key inside your .env.local file. So I will say expo underscore public underscore firebase API key and simply paste it here. Okay, and in order to use it, you just need to add process.env name of your environment key, which is expo public firebase API key, and then save it. Now inside this one, just define export constant auth is equal to, now depends on the platform, let's define platform.os. If is equal to web, then we'll simply say get auth from the Firebase auth, and then inside that you need to provide the pass this app reference. Otherwise you need to say initialize auth, so from the Firebase authentication, and then pass the reference. So here we'll say Firebase auth, pass this reference, and then in order to persist your sign in when you come back, you don't need to sign in again. So here we'll say persistent. So we'll say persistence, and inside this we'll say get React Native persistence. So I don't know why it's not coming, but we'll say React Native persistence, and inside that you need to provide an async storage reference. Before that, make sure to import get auth from the Firebase authentication. Then here we'll say get React Native persistent as well. Make sure the spelling is correct, okay? And in order to store your value, you need to just search on Google as Expo async storage, okay? It act like a local storage. So just copy this npm command in order to install into your project, and so that you can use it. So inside this we'll say React native async storage. So obviously we need to import that. So we'll say import React native async storage from @React native async storage. Okay, so make sure to use it, and that's how your authentication is now initialized, and anywhere now you can use it. Obviously we want to use it in sign in and sign up screen, but make sure to export this a const authentication so that you can use it. Now let's go to this sign in screen. That's where we want to obviously first we'll go to the sign up, because we'll learn to create a new account and then we'll learn to sign in. Now before that, let's go to this authentication documentation. You can just search on Google, and which is a password authentication, and it's very easy to integrate. First, we already initialized the authentication. Just on inside this on sign, we will use this create user with email and password. So I will copy this as it is and then go back to your sign in or sorry, sign up screen, and inside this we'll just paste this one. Make sure to import this create user with email and password, then add this authentication. We already have this email and password state that we need to pass, and then once we have this user credential, from that one you will get the user information. Here I will console the user information so that we'll check the details. Otherwise, if we have any error, it will catch inside this error block. We'll also console the message if there is any error, and then save it. Now once you add this environment key as well, make sure to reload your application so it will update the and fetch the .env.local file as well, and then jump onto the sign up screen. Now one more thing, once you added all of this functionality, you have to go back to the Firebase, go to the continue to console, and inside this authentication, here make sure to go to the sign in method and enable this email and password authentication. That is very important, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so I have to enable that one, and let's test this out now. So here I will add the name, we'll say admin@tubeguruji.com as an email, and then we'll add some password as well. And obviously make sure to see the console what we are getting, and we'll say create account, and obviously it's saying my username and password already in use. So I will change this email and we'll say create account. Oh, it's still there, that's interesting. And now it's created. See, I just changed this email and now I have all of these details. Inside this detail, if you see, you will find an user email, the application name, the display name. Obviously it's not there because we are not passing that. And again, what else would we have? The photo URL we don't have, but the most important thing we need is the email. Now once you sign in, your record will be inside this users. Okay, but we want to save user information into our database. That is important because once you create the account, as soon as you create, we need to save it. So in order to save the user information on the when you click on the create account with the email and password, you need to write a convex function. So go to the convex, create a new file, and we can call it as user.js, and inside that we need to write a function to save the record. So over here we'll say export constant create new user. Inside this we'll add a mutation because we want to insert the record, so it should be a mutation, and then inside this we'll add arguments. Inside the arguments, which are the argument you want to save it, that argument you need to pass. So in this case we'll say email, and obviously you need to also provide a type, so make sure to import v and then you'll get the type from them. Then email, the name obviously we want to save, and for now that's all we have. Then we need to define an handler. Inside this we'll pass ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now first we'll check if user is already exist. If user is already exist, we don't want to insert the record. So over here we'll say constant user is equal to here we need to pass ctx. We'll say await ctx dot db dot query because we want to fetch. Now you need to provide a table name which is the users, and then inside that we need to add the filter as well because it depends on the user email. We'll check it. So inside the filter we'll pass q. So here we'll say q dot equal to, and then we'll say q dot fill on which field, so which is the email field, and then we need to match it. So we need to pass argument like this, and then at the last we'll say collect. So we want to collect all the users which matches this particular email field with the user pass email id. Obviously we only have one user, okay, and it will be have only one user every time. Now once we have the user information, here we'll check if user dot length is greater than or is equal to 0. It means there is a no user, then we need to insert the record. So in order to insert, we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then you need to provide a table name and then all the fields which you want to insert. So in this case I will define a constant data. Inside that I'm gonna define a pass all the field we want to save. So inside the name we'll pass arguments dot name, and for email I will pass arguments dot email. Also we want to save credits. So for the credits I will pass by default as a, for example, 10 credits. Also if I go to our schema, we don't have the picture, right? So I will make this field as an optional because we are not setting the user profile picture. So let's make it optional, and let's go back to this user function, and now our data is ready. Now simply inside this we'll just destructurize this data. It means we are passing each field one by one by destructuring this, okay? So this is the spread operator, and once we have the result, then we'll return the data because we want to return this user email name and password, and sorry, the credits. So that's why if it's successful, then we'll just return the data. And if this condition does not match, it means user already exists, and then we'll simply return the user. So when you return the user, make sure to return it as a first record because it will return the list of users, but obviously it contains only one user information. So that's the reason I'm passing as a first one, and then save it. Now this is user function is now ready where you can save it, and when user sign up or created a new account. So inside this create new user account, we will say if user, then we want to save it. So before that you need to define this mutation at the top. So here we'll say create new user mutation is equal to use mutation, and this mutation need to define using this API. So I think we need to import this. Now in order to import the API, you need to import it from this Convex folder where we have underscore generated and the API, and then sometimes, most of the times, you will get the suggestion, but if you did not get the suggestion, then just locate this path which is in Convex generated, and then inside that we have this API. And once we have that, here you will get the users and then dot create new user. Now use this create new user. So we'll say constant result is equal to await create new user, and then we'll simply pass the name, which is the name we already have, and then email as an email. So obviously we don't have the name over here. Oh, we have the name inside the sign up. That's good. And here obviously we are using await, so here I will mark it as a async, And once we get the result, we'll just console this result as well. Okay, and then save it. Now this result we want to save it so that we can use it throughout the application, and for that one we are going to use a context. So simply inside the root directory I am going to create a new folder called context, which is the state management hook from the React, which will help us to share the any information across the different components. So inside the context we'll create user detail context, or we'll say just user context dot jsx. In that one, in order to define this context, we just need to add user context is equal to create context and save it, and simply wrap your application. So go to this app layout, and under this Convex provider, over here you can use user context. If it's not getting imported, make sure to import manually. From, and then give the path, and then here you can say user context dot provider. Here you need to pass a default value, and we'll define the default value. We'll say user comma set user is equal to use state, because first time we are passing, right? And then simply pass this user and set user to this provider. Now simply go to this sign up screen and make sure to use this context. So now in order to use the context, you need to wrap or you have to add these curly braces. Then here we'll say use context and then provide the context name, which is user context we just created. Okay, so that we can simply set the user. So here we'll say, okay, let me set the user over here using the result, as simple as that. Okay, now anywhere you can use the user using this context, and in that one you will find whatever the information we are passing. So in this case you will get the name, email and credit. Let's save everything and we can test this out as well. So let's go back from the Firebase. Let me delete email password. So I will delete this email password so that I can able to add it again. So I will go to the get started. Here we will create a new account. Inside that we can add email. So we'll say tubguruji007@gmail.com, and then we'll add a password and simply we'll create an account. And boom, if you see, the account is created, and inside this console log we got this result. But just make sure inside the database as well you will find a brand new record, right? If you try to log in again, it will not allow you, because it will only allow to create only one record with this email. Okay, so that's how you need to create a new record and insert it into your Convex database. That's how easy it is to work with the Convex. Now sign in is quite similar and easier as well. So go to the sign in screen now, and I will go to the sign in screen as well. Also make sure once you is successful sign up, you want to navigate to home screen. That will add it later on. And inside the sign in, let's go back to this Firebase documentation and just scroll down, and here you will find how to sign in with the username password. Simply copy this line of code and then we'll paste it here. Inside here you just need to pass email, password, which we are already passing. Make sure to import this sign in with email and password from the Firebase authentication. Make sure to import this auth as well and save everything. Now from here you will get the user credential, and we also want to read the user data, okay, and we want to save in our context. So similar like this create new user, now we want to write a query to fetch the data. So simply we'll say export constant get user is equal to, and in this case we'll add a query. Obviously inside the argument it will be just email id. So here we'll add a type string, and then we'll add a handler which will contain our actual query. So this will be async ctx dot arguments and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant user is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, sorry dot query, and then similar like this one, or you can just copy this one. That will be easy because we already know how to fetch the user information by passing this email, right? And once you have the user information, just return the user of 0, as simple as that, and save it. Now inside the sign in, I will just import a convex using this use convex from the convex react, and then in order to fetch the data I will say constant user data is equal to await convex dot query. Inside that we'll pass api dot user dot get user, because you need to mention which api you want to call, and then you need to pass the field called email, which we already have. And obviously once you have the user data you can save it. Here I will make this as a async because we are using await, and obviously I will copy this context as well because we want to use that. Make sure to import this use context and user context, and once user successfully sign in we'll just print the user data just to verify that we are getting data. And also I'm going to set the user context with this user data and then save it, as simple as that. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will add our email id, and we'll add a password as well. And then if I click sign in, you will see we got the data. Inside this data, obviously this data is fetching from the Convex database, and it has the creation time, id along with all our fields. Pretty good, right? So that's how easy it is. But what if you enter the wrong email and password? If you enter wrong email and password, then it will give you the error as well. Right now we did not console anything, but if you console this error message, then inside the sign in you will see it's saying error auth or invalid credential. So in this case we'll add alert message saying incorrect email and password, and you can add the message please enter valid email and password and save it. And now if I try to sign, then it will give you this alert dialog as well that you are entering incorrect email and password. So that's how easy guys it is by signing up with the help of Firebase with email and password authentication. Now last important thing, if I reload this application, then you will see it's again showing me the home screen, okay, and asking me to sign in again. If I click get started, see it asking me to sign in again, but we don't want that particular thing to happen because user already created the account, and user already have, for example, if user also sign in, then we want to automatically detect if user is already signed in and sign up. So for that one, if you scroll down, here you can check how to check whether the user is already sign in and sign up, right? So it's quite easy. You can just find it here as well. So how to check it, and also at the end you will find how to sign out. But let me show you the quick how to do that. So we are going to implement that inside our index.js file, which is our landing screen. Inside here we'll create a new method. We'll say constant, not new method, but here we'll directly check on auth state change. Obviously we need to import that from the Firebase auth. So we'll say import on auth state change from Firebase slash auth. So here I will just make sure it's correct, perfect, and then use that. After this, you need to pass auth reference. Again, I need to import. That's weird. I don't know why I'm not getting the suggestion, but let's import that. And from this, we'll imported the auth, and here we'll say async user and the arrow function. Now what it will do, it will check every time if user is already signed into our application or not. Okay, so over here we'll say if user and we need to check inside our user detail we already have the data or not. So I'm gonna use our context. Sorry, over here, make sure to import that. So what it will do, it will check if user has oh, that's weird, we need to change this user info, I will say. And before writing anything, I will just console this user info just to verify whether we are getting data or not. Let me reload it and we'll verify it. And after reloading application, I just restarted and reloaded, and then here you will see the user information. So that's how you need to get the user information, and obviously this particular on state change, from that you will get it. Now once you have this user information, simply you need to get the details from our database. So inside this, obviously from the user you will get the display the email. Here I will just change this to user info because we already have this user, right? That's why. And then here let's define the query. Obviously you need to define a convex actually. So similar like a sign in, I will just copy paste here and we'll import this use convex, and from the sign in same logic I'm going to use. So inside this you need to provide the user info dot email to get the user data, and once you have the user data you need to set it, as simple as that, and then at the last just save it. Now if you see, we are getting this email because we are just printing this out inside the console, and once we fetch from this user information, you can also console the user data just to verify that we are getting the user information. So right now if you see, we are getting the data, but it's looping infinite time. So what I will do, I will just comment this out for now, and inside the use effect, so over here we'll say use effect, make sure to import this, and we want to execute only once. Over here we'll say constant unsubscribe is equal to, and then we'll paste all of this code, something like this, and at the last in return we'll say unsubscribe and then save it. Okay, now I will just uncomment this code. Now make sure you are not getting unwanted data, but you are getting the data which you want. Okay, so that's how you can just restrict it, okay, by executing infinite time and then save it. So that's all. Next thing, once we implemented the tab navigation and home screen, then we will learn how to navigate to that new screen. Okay, because we already everything is set up, and obviously we once user is already signed in, then we'll automatically jump to the home screen without showing this button and all. Now let's implement the tab navigation. Inside our application, we are going to add a tab navigation with 4 tabs, one for the home, one for the meals, one for the progress, and one for the setting or profile. And which is the easiest way that I'm going to tell you how to add the tab navigation. So let's go back to our application, and inside here let me close all of this tab, And in order to add a tab navigation inside this app folder, I'm going to simply add a new folder and we can call it as a tabs. Inside this tab, we are going to assign a dedicated layout for it and we can call it as a tab layout. So add a underscore layout.tsx file or make it JSX because we are using JSX, and we'll add a default template. Here I will rename this to tab layout and then save it. As we want this tab layout, so we need to add a tab component or tag from the Expo router, and inside this we need to add all the screen which or a tab which we want to add. So basically inside this tab we'll create a 4 screen, one for the home, add a default template, then one for the meals.jsx, we'll add default template for that one too, then one for the progress.jsx, and the last is profile.jsx, and save it. So these 4 screens we added. Now we need to add that under this tab screen. So basically once you add this tab screen, you need to provide a name which is matching with this file name. So in this case we'll say home. Now we'll copy paste few more times, one for the meal, one for the progress, and one for the profile, and then save it. Okay, now our tab layout is now ready. Now next thing, obviously what we want to do, from the home screen we want to or from the landing screen we want to navigate to our tab layout. So simply let's go to index.jsx, and here we need to route it, right? So basically we'll already have this router, so we'll simply say router dot replace, because we don't want user navigate to previous screen, so that's the reason we are using replace, and then simply give the path. If you did not get suggestion, directly type it. So here we'll say tabs/home, okay, and then save it. Now you might sometimes get error, so in that case you need to reload your application when you add any new route. And right now if you see, it jumped to this home screen where at the bottom you will see these 4 tab, right? But we're gonna customize this, all of this icon, we're gonna add our own icon, and when we switch it you will see the navigation or top navigation bar label also get changed. Perfect. Now let's update all of these icons. So in order to add a modern kind of icon, I'm going to use this huge icon, which is the free icon library which contains 40,000 plus icon which you can use it. It also provides a different type of icon like stroke, two-tone, duotones, solid, bulk, rounded, and many more. If you want to buy these icons, obviously it has a free icons as well, but if you want to buy it, then click in the link which is in the description, so that you will get a proper and big discount. But right now if you wanna just use a free one, you can just go to the stroke which is the free, and then you can use any of them. Now before that we need to install this huge icon inside our application. So simply go to this package and then select this React Native. I will select this use or for a free, but if you want to buy pro guide you can buy pro as well. Simply from this one I will copy this npm command for the installation, and simply inside the terminal we'll install this. And whichever icon you want to use, just search that icon. For example, on a home screen we'll search as a home, click enter, and then if you wanna access free, just click on that, and here you will find all these icon related to home. Okay, now select the icon which you want to use. Here if you see we have this React Native option, just copy that. Inside this code you will find this option that how to import the statement and how to use everything. So first let's import these 2 statements at the top, and this you only need to do first time, okay, this setup. Now I will go to this tab layout and I will import these 2 icons which we want to use it, and then you can use this code just to display it. But before that, now for each of the screen we want to add own tab icon. So here you need to add an options for each of the screen, and inside that we'll say tab bar icon. Okay, now in this one it has a color comma size, and then we want to paste or use the icon which you want. So let's use this one, something like this. Okay, now you need to provide the icon name. Here this is the component. Obviously the size we need to put the original system size, and for the color as well we'll provide the system color or tab color only. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application right now, okay, so maybe we have this error because it's importing from the pro, so I will just remove that one and import from the free icon. Okay, so that also you can do it. And now if you want, I will just reload my application, and boom, if you see, your icon is displaying. How cool, right? If I switch to different tab, it automatically unselect that one. So you can even change this active tint color as well. Okay, depends on your choice. But before that, let's add all of these options. So I will just copy for other screen. Okay, and simply go to this use icon and search the icon which you like. For example, here let's search for a meal. I don't know whether we have icon for that one or not, so I will use this one, spoon and fork icon. You can just type it here as well, like this, spoon and fork icon. See, and that icon is showing at the top, right? So that's how also you can use it, or just add that. And I also added for the remaining one, and if you see, this is how beautiful it looks on the tab. Perfect. Now another important thing, if you want to change this active tint color to our primary color, that also you can do it. Either you can add the color your own, or you can just provide the screen option directly to the tab. Here you will have an option called tab bar active tint color, and then you can provide the color from our colors package or color constant, right? So here we'll import colors from constant, or not constant, it is in the shared slash colors, and then we'll import our primary color and save it, and boom, if you see, it's changed to our primary color now. Beautiful. So that's how you need to add a tab navigation, customize it according to your requirements. And if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Once user on the home screen, and then we need to check if user is a new, and does user have the some physics information like weight, height, and some other preference. If yes, then obviously we'll show the home screen as it is, but if not, then we'll redirect user to the user preference screen, and it will look something like this. So on the top we're gonna add a weight and height. Okay, we'll get the user's weight and height, then the gender, and then we're gonna add the goal, whether user want to lose a weight, gain a weight, or build a muscle. So these options we're gonna add, and after click continue, obviously this option we need to save to our database, and we're gonna update it to our existing user table. Okay, so that's the reason we need to update this user table as well. So first thing, we'll update this user table. So simply, in order to update, go to the Convex folder. Inside the Convex we have this schema.js, and then just simply add these all the new tables. So here let's say you wanna save the height. I will keep this as a float because height will be in the form of feet. Then we want to add a weight. Again, weight is of type float only. Then we want to save another option, the gender as well. So if I go back to this mockup, so we want to save a gender is of type string, and then what is the user goal. Okay, and here we'll say just goal is of type string. So this all information we want to save it. So let's save this schema. As soon as you save it, you might get an error. See, because we already have the record, inside the database, right? So in order to avoid this, we need to make this all the field as an optional field. Okay, so even though if user only create a new account, user don't need to add all of this field. So that's the reason I'm just making all of this field as an optional field. Okay, just wrap it inside this v dot optional, and then you will see now we don't have any error, and now it's saying convex function is ready. If I go back to our application, inside this convex database, you will see the new 4 column is added. Now let's go back to our application, and here on the home screen only, so let's go to this home screen, and inside this we're gonna check. So we'll get the user information using this use context. So we have this use context, and inside that we have this user context. I don't know why we are not getting suggestion, so let's import it manually. Slash user context, right? And inside the use effect, once we have the user information, inside this if condition will check if user dot, for example, if weight or height is there, or maybe so we can say if it's not there, then we want to redirect user, right? So we'll need to define a router here so that we can navigate to the new screen. So simply we'll say router dot push, or we'll say replace actually slash, we can call it as a preference. Okay, so we'll create a new route called preference. So right now obviously this route is not there, so we need to create. So inside this app folder we'll create a new route called preference, and inside this we'll add a index.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and then we'll rename this to preference and save it. And if you see, now it's redirected to a preference screen. Perfect, because obviously that information is not there, that's the reason it's navigating to this preference page. Now as per this mockup, we want to implement the preference page, so let's do one by one. First, at the top we'll just say tell us about yourself. As a text, I will close all of this tab, we'll just keep this one open. Here we'll say tell us about yourself. For this view we'll add a padding of 20, and for this one we'll say style, text align in the center of the screen, then we'll change the font size to, let's say, 25. We'll also add a font weight to bold, let's make it 35, or we'll make it 30 only. Okay, also we want to give margin top to, let's say, 30. After this we'll add a small text. Here we'll say this help us create your personal meal plan. Personalized, we'll say personalized meal plan. So we'll add a style to this, and we'll change the font size, let's say 16, then text align in the center, and inside our colors, so inside our color.jsx I will add a gray color, and we'll just say gray, and that color I'm going to apply. So we'll say color as colors dot gray, but let's import these colors. From the shade as colors, and then save it. Okay, so that's how it look like. For this screen I am adding a background color, and we'll say colors dot white, so, and you can provide the height 100%, so we'll see complete background as a white one. Then we want to add width and height. So if you see over here, on the left hand side we have width and on the right hand side we have height, right? So actually we need to divide this into two different column. So that's quite easy, just add a view. Inside this view we can use our input component, okay, which we created. So let's import that too. So here we'll say import input from components slash shared slash input, so that we can use that. Now to this input component, you need to provide a placeholder. So you can provide as an example, so something like, let's say 70, okay. But we also want to add the label, okay, that is very important. So here inside the input I will also take one more prop as a label, and obviously initially it will be empty, but you can add that. So over here I will just wrap inside the view something like this, and then inside the text will accept that label. Now it is not necessary that for each of these input component you need to pass label, it's a completely optional, okay. But right now once you pass it, it will just display it. Now over here I will pass and I will say wait and save it. See, just quick thing, maybe that particular margin top, instead of this text, for this text input will now apply to this view only, okay. And for this one we'll say margin top to, let's say 2, okay, not that much. For the label as well, I will make font weight as medium, perfect. So that's how it will look like, okay. Next I will add one more input, and this is for the height, and save it. Now we want this in one line. So basically for this view we'll add a style. Here we'll display it as a flex, then we'll add a flex direction as a row, and then we'll add gap to, let's say 10, but it's going out of the screen. Also don't forget to add a width 100 to this input view, okay. So this is our top container, so for that one also we added the width 100. Now in order to fix this issue, you just need to wrap this each input inside the view, something like this, okay. And same thing I have to do over here as well. And for both this view we'll add a style, and then we'll say flex as a 1, okay. And I will copy this and I will also paste it for this one as well, and boom, see, the way that we expected is showing similar to that. So that's how you need to add it. Obviously for this one, the example we can say 5.10 feet, okay. And in the braces we'll say feet, and here we'll say kg, and save it, perfect. Next we want to add the gender section. So it will be a male and female only. So maybe outside of this view we'll create a new view, we'll add an text tag, and we'll say a gender, we'll add a style. Here we'll say font weight, let's say 20, font weight need to be a medium, and font size that need to be a 20. Then for this view we'll add a style, we'll say margin top to, let's say 20, okay, some gap. But let's change this input label size, it's very small, so at least we'll make 18, and here this one as well I will mark it as a 18 only to keep everything constant. Now for the gender again, I'm gonna add a view, and inside this view we'll add two view, okay, something like this. In the first we want to add a male, so I will go to this huge icon and just search for the male, So I will use this one. This is quite good. So just copy this component, paste it here, make sure to import this huge icon and this female, I don't know, symbol icon as well. Oh sorry, we want male first, so we'll add, here we say male symbol free icon and save this one. And this is the icon get added. Over here you can provide a size, let's say 40, and for this view I will add a style. So first we'll add a border width as colors dot gray, then we'll also add a padding to, let's say 7. So okay, so over here we need to add a border width, and for border color we'll say colors dot gray. Okay, then we want to add a border radius as, let's say 10, and we're gonna make this padding more. Okay, so right now just copy this and paste it over here for this female symbol icons and save it. Okay, obviously we want both the things in one line, so for this view I will make it at display as a flex. We'll make flex direction as a row, then we'll also give gap to 10, but here we want it full screen, so we'll make this as a flex 1, and for this one as well we'll make flex to 1, something like this. Then also we want to add align item in the center of the screen, and for this one as well. Perfect. Oh, let's make it center. Let's change the color. Okay, so for this icon I'm gonna change this color. We'll say color and we'll add a blue color. So simply inside our color palette I will add, so we'll say blue with a hash 4287 F5, and then we also have pink for a female, and for a pink color we can just say F5 42B3. Make sure to add a hashtag and save it so that we can use it. And this color as well we're gonna add for this other one as a pink. Perfect. Okay, so this is for weight, height, gender, and then I think after this we need to add this goal option. So again after this div I will add another div. Oh, maybe after this we can add a view. Inside this text tag we'll say what's your goal. What's your goal? Okay, and here you can add some options. So basically let's add a view. Inside this view we'll add just an icon. So for a loose weight I will use this huge icon, and we'll just search for the weight. So we have a lot of option. See this one, so I will select this one, simple and easy, and I will copy this as well and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this weight scale icon, and on the screen you will see something like this. Then I will add a view, and inside this view we'll add a text, and here we'll say weight loose and another text So this will be a smaller, so here we'll say reduce. So here we'll say reduce body fat and get leaner. So for this text we'll change the we'll add style. So in this case, right, let's learn how to add external styling. Okay, so simply we'll add React Native style outside of this function. Make sure to import this style sheet as well, and then over here we'll say goal. You can just add a class name, let's say goal text, and then in order to attach, they just add style dot gold text. Okay, something like this. Now here you can add a font size, let's say 20, and font weight as bold, and if I save it, you will see this change. Perfect. Then I will add one more. We'll say goal subtext, and for this one I will just change the color as colors dot gray and save it. So just add this, and I also added all of these three option, and I'm also replacing this icon as well. So here will be muscle gain, and here we can call it as a square plus icon. I don't know what it's called, so this is plus sign square. Okay, so we'll call it as a plus sign square icon and save it, and this is how it will look on the screen. Also, let's give some margin from the top for this text goal, because we also forgot to add some style. So here we'll say font weight to let's say medium, and font size to 18. For this view I will add margin top to let's say 15, and at the bottom we also want to add a button. So outside of this view we'll use our button component. So make sure to import that. So we'll say import button from component slash shared slash button, so that we can use it. And to this button component we need to pass a title, and here we'll say continue. Boom. See, here I will add a view. Because we want to give some margin top as well. Something like this. I think that's look much better. Okay, so that's how guys you need to build this clean UI. Now let's save the user selection and enter the value to our database. So simply I'm going to create a multiple state in order to say weight, height, gender, and the goal. So simply we'll add a constant weight, set weight is equal to use state, and we'll copy paste few more times. Here we'll say height, set height, then gender, set gender, and then goal. Something like this. Okay, then inside the first input where we want to get weight, simply we'll say on change text, and we'll say set weight. For this one we need to change set the height, so we'll say set height. Then for the gender, on the click we need to save the data. So basically we need to change this view to touchable opacity. So I will replace this with a touchable opacity, so that we can able to add on press event, and then we'll set the gender as a male for the first one, and user click on this one, then we'll set it as a female. So here as well we'll change this touchable opacity, and then we'll add on press event, we'll say female, and save it. and the last for the goal. So for the goal as well, we need to replace all the view to touchable opacity. So I will just copy paste it here and we'll update it. And then we need to add on press event. We'll set the goal and simply we'll add it as a weight loss. Same thing I'm gonna do, just we'll change this one. Now instead of adding this code multiple times, you can even create array list and then you can use that one too. Okay, just you need to render it again. Here we'll set this muscle gain, and for this one we'll say weight gain and save it. Okay, now on the click of continue, so we'll add a constant on continue. Here first we'll check if the weight is not there, okay, or if height or if gender. Okay, if it's not there, then it will return nothing, and then we can show the alert message as well saying fill all details, enter all details to continue, something like this, and save it. Now this on continue, we need to call this method on the click of this continue button. So for this one, it has an on press event. We're gonna simply call this on continue. And okay, let's go to this on continue. And here now we need to save all the selection. Now one more important thing, once you add a weight, height, and for the gender, right, we need to show user which gender is selected or which goal is selected, right? So we need to add the conditional styling, and it's very easy. Now in this case, let's go to this gender section, for example. So let me format this, and this is our gender section where we already added this touchable opacity. Inside here you can add a border color, depends on the which gender is selected. So here we'll say if gender is equal to male, then we'll change this color to color.primary as a border color, otherwise it will be the gray color. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna do for this female as well and save it. And if I select this one, for example first gender, okay, so somehow it's not working. Okay, so this need to be with a capital M, and this will be a female, because that's how what we are saving, right? And save it. And now if you see, if I select this one, it's select updating. Same thing we have to do for this one, for the goals as well. So for goal, for this touchable opacity, okay, so we have this goal container, and along with the goal container we need to add the styling, conditional styling. So what you can do, you can wrap it inside the square braces, and then over here we'll say border color, and then you can say if goal is equal to muscle gain, for example in this case, then we can show colors dot primary. Okay, now obviously I will copy this style everywhere inside this goal section. Just make sure to update this text. Okay, so if I select the weight loss, see the weight loss is selected. If muscle gain selected. Right now, okay, everything is get selected. That's because we need to, if it's not selected, we need to add as a gray. So make sure to do that, because we added this and operator, so we need to change this to gray if it is not selected. Perfect, now it's working fine. See, Now, once you have everything here, we need to write a function inside the users under the convex to insert those record. Obviously, it will be the update function. So, inside the convex user, we'll say export constant update user preference is equal to mutation, and obviously we'll take an argument. So first is very important, we will take it as a string, email, because it depends on the email. We're gonna update the record, or you can even update it by the user ID, because we already have the record ID from the Convex database. So make sure you can use this ID as well. So instead of this email, I will use the ID. So we'll say user ID, which is of type ID, and here you need to provide the table name, so which is the users table. After this, we're gonna get a height, or is it of type, we can make this as a string only, okay, everywhere. Then we have weight is of type string. Then we want to save a gender of type string, and then we have goal of type string, and save it. Okay, then let's add a handler async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now, in order to update the convex record, right, let's go to the convex and let me show you how to do it. So from the documentation, here you will find a database, and just go to this writing data. Here you will find updating the existing data. So if you have the ID, right, you can directly update any record by updating or by using this patch method. Okay, so you need to write db.patch the ID which or record you want to update, and then the updated value, as simple as that. So over here we'll simply say constant, let's add a constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch. Here you need to provide the user ID and then value which you want to update. So we'll say height as a arguments dot height. Then we want to update the weight with argument dot weight. Then we want to update the goal as well. So this one be argument dot goal, and the last gender. Perfect. Okay, and automatically it will detect which record you want to update. And in the return, if you don't want to return anything, you don't need to return anything, but let's return the result as it is, and then save it. Just one quick fix I will do it. If I go to the schema, here we make this as a float, so I will change this to a string only. Okay, because we are updating or saving it as a string, that's why. Now once we define this update user preference mutation, let's go to the index.jsx inside the preference and then add this mutation. We'll say update user preference is equal to use mutation, and then we need to add API dot, so I think we need to import it again. So we'll say import API from convex slash underscore generated, then API, and then we'll say API, make sure like this, users dot update user preference. Okay, and once you define this mutation, here you just need to add it. So we'll say constant result equal to await update user preference, and then you need to provide all of this detail. The user ID, this user ID you will get it from the user context. So let's add that. So we'll say user is equal to use user, here we'll say use context actually, because we are using context, and then user context. Okay, here again we need to import this context from the context. Perfect. Now here once you have the user, we'll say user underscore ID. Okay, because ID contain your actual user ID from the convex. Let me make this as async as well. Then you need to add all of this detail as well. So what we can do, I will define a constant data, and inside this data I will add all of this field. Then we want to add a weight as a weight, then height as a height, then we have the gender as gender, and goal as goal. And then just destructurize this data using this spread operator. Then it will save it as a each field by field. And then if result, you don't need to write any result, but after that it means when it is updated successfully, then you need to save all of this data to your user state. Okay, so we'll set the user and we'll say set user. Inside this we'll say make sure to keep the previous data, so that's the reason I'm saying previous. And inside that we'll say dot dot dot, make sure to add previous data along with this new data, and that's the reason we created this data constant. We pass it, once it is successful we'll also updating it. And you can also show a toast message, or you can just jump to this home screen. So in order to navigate to the home screen, we need to add a router. Let's define a router if you don't define already. And then over here we'll say router dot replace, here we'll say slash tabs slash home, because we want to navigate to the home screen, and then save it. Okay, so let's add a weight. Let's say I'm adding this weight. Then we'll add a what we call height. We'll select the gender and then what you want to go do. Okay, and on the click of continue, okay, so we got an error, see. Okay, so somehow this deploy the function is not correct, see, or is not deployed correctly. So if you see this convex function, it throw an error. That's because the table name, maybe that's the issue. So if you go over here, our table name is user, the small user, and here we added the capital. So make sure the user ID is from the small u. And now if I click continue, still we have error. So it's saying UID is not defined. So let's see why. Oh, so over here, one more issue. Obviously, directly we use UID. This need to be an arguments dot UID, because we are fetching from the arguments, right? And then if I click continue now, see, it's redirect to the home screen, and we got the result as well. Okay, we save this information, and if I go to our table, you will see this data is added under the users table, where we have this male, goal, height, and weight as well. So that's how easily that you can add it, right? Don't be confused, just do the step by step. First implement the UI screen, then make sure that you will add the selection, and then make sure to add a logic to insert the record to your database. Now when we click continue, in order to add a preference to a database, we are saving into our Convex table. But before that, we also need to calculate the calorie and proteins that user need daily. And there are two ways that you can calculate. Either you can add a calculation, some formula which is getting complicated, or you can use an AI model to calculate it. So we have to add that logic before routing to this particular screen. So first what I will do, I will just remove all of this information, okay, because so that we can just go back to our screen. And then if I go back and then refresh our application, I will just reload our application by typing R inside the terminal, and if you see it's reloading, and then it will redirect us to this particular screen. Okay, now if I go back to this index.jsx of this preference screen, inside this continue, we need to calculate that. Okay, so over here we'll calculate it and then we'll go and we'll update our user record. So simply we are going to use an AI model. So I will go to this openrouter.ai. Now OpenRouter has a lot of different AI model which you can use at one place. Also it's free to use. So whichever model you want, just open that. For example, if I want you use Gemini model, you will see that 2.5 Pro experimental is free to use, or Gamma is free to use. Okay, there are a lot of model that you can use it. You also have the DeepSeek, ChatGPT, and there are many more. Simply whichever model you want to use, open that model, then go to this API, create a new API key. Now if you see, I already used for many application, but here you just have an option to create a new API key. We'll say AI diet planner and we'll create that. Once you create, you will get this API key. Make sure to save that API key immediately. Otherwise, once you close that dialog, you will not able to see that API key again. Here we'll say open router API key and then we'll paste this API key and save it. Okay. After this, I will go back to this page and here you have option to add the OpenAI router. Okay, but from this one it will just call the OpenAI and it will make a API call, or you have option to use OpenAI SDK. So I will go to this documentation. Here you will find how to install this OpenAI. So copy this command called npm I OpenAI, go back to your VS Code and inside the terminal we'll simply paste it. Then copy this all the code as it is. Then inside the service folder we'll create a new file called AI model.jsx and inside that we'll simply paste this all the code. Okay, now I will remove this default header because I don't want to use that one, and here you have this main function that also we're gonna remove it. Basically at the top we use this OpenAI SDK. Inside that, this is the base URL, and inside this API key you need to add the API key from your environment file. So I will just paste it here. Okay, once you have that, this is the call that you need to make. So here we'll say calculate calories, I will say only. Okay, so we'll say calories, and over here if I console it, you will get the result inside this message. Okay, but right now we don't want that one, and make sure to export this. I will say something like this, and make sure to export as well so that you can use and make the API call. Now another important thing, you need to update the model. So whichever model you want to use, so let's go back and we want to use this model for example. So copy this model name and then we'll paste it over here. Okay, then you can also update the message. Here we are going to pass our own prompt. So basically we'll do something like this. Okay, and then we can pass the prompt here, and I will make this as a async as well, and this prompt we want to pass as a content. Okay, so that once we pass our own structure prompt, then we will get an exact result. Now also I created a new file called prompt. Inside that I wrote one prompt which will help us to calculate the calorie and protein, and then we'll get the data in the JSON format. I will share this prompt file with you so that you can use that inside your application. Okay, now once we have the prompt, obviously we'll get this result, and then we can get and fetch the actual result. But before that, let's call this method on the click of continue. So we'll go back to our index.jsx file inside the preference. Then for now I will just comment this code, and here we're gonna calculate calories using AI. Okay, now we'll say constant AI result is equal to await, and then you need to call that AI model. So here we say calories, or let me see the name, so which is the calculate calories AI, and to that one we need to pass the prompt. Now we'll say constant prompt is equal to, and obviously we're going to write that prompt in a moment, but here we'll say prompt, oh sorry, this particular prompt we need to pass as it is. Okay, and that's all you need to do. Obviously inside the AI result you will get the result. We'll console this AI result dot inside here we have, let me see, the choices. So we'll say choices of 0 dot message and dot message dot content. So inside the content you will get actual result. Now in order to get the prompt, we already have the prompt which we returned. So here we'll say calories prompt. So let's get that from the prompt file. So I will copy that and we'll paste it here. Maybe we need to import that prompt first. So we say prompt dot calorie prompt, and then to that one we are going to attach this particular data. Okay, so what I will do, I will just use this and put it here so that we can use this data, and simply we're gonna pass it something like this. Okay, you can make this, or you can just make this as a string. So because currently it's in the form of JSON, so I converted into a string and I attached it to this prompt as well. Perfect. Quick thing, instead of passing, I'm gonna pass at the first and then I will add the prompt. Okay, and so we'll get this complete prompt. If you want, we can console this prompt as well, and then we'll get the AI result which will calculate the calorie, and then we are just printing this out. Let's save it and let's test this out and we'll see whether we are getting the result or not. Now enter all the details. And click continue. Once you click continue, obviously it will take few seconds to generate the response, and here we have the result. See, okay, so we got the JSON which contain the calories and the proteins. How cool. Now once we have this result, we need to just format that and we need to get this calorie and proteins. Okay, so simply we'll go back to this index.jsx and I will save this in one state. So here we'll say constant AI response is equal to, we'll say AI response is equal to, and then we'll add like this. Okay, then we want to get the JSON content, so we'll say JSON content is equal to, so basically from this AI response we need to replace this JSON tag. Sometimes it will attach that, so we need to remove it. Okay, and at the end you can also remove this one as well. So we'll say replace and replace the string with an empty value. Okay, and save it, and then you'll get actual JSON information. Here I think we can also parse it because currently in the form of string. So if you parse this, maybe you will get an exact result. And now if I console this JSON content and go back and click continue, so it will generate it, and boom, if you see, we got calories and proteins, and that is calories and protein we want to save to our database. So it's quite easy. Obviously I will uncomment everything now because we want to save, right? And inside our schema file where we have the user table, right, and we want to add two more column. So after goal I will add as a calories. Okay, it is of type number, and then we also want to add a proteins option. So inside the schema, I will add protein of type number, as simple as that. Okay, again, make sure don't forget to make it as an optional field. And then save everything. Now inside the result, along with this data, I am also destructuring this JSON content because we want to save that too. Save this one and inside our update user reference. So if I go to this users inside the Convex, make sure to get this. So we want proteins, and I will just go to the schema. So we want both of these, right? I will add it here, and here we don't need an optional field, but if you keep this optional it doesn't matter. Okay, and then we'll say proteins as arguments dot proteins and calories as arguments dot calories, and then save it. So as simple as that. Okay, and now if I click continue, obviously we will show the loader and boom, it jumped to this home screen. If I go back to this Convex database, you will see now we have the proteins, we have the weight, and we have all the details. Obviously calories are here now. See, so that's how you need to generate the calorie and the proteins depends on the user selection with the help of AI model. Now it's time to implement the home screen for our application. If you see this mockup, on this mockup we have the header at the top along with the username. Then after that it will show the current calorie consumed. So this is the today's goal that we are going to show, the how many calorie user need to intake and how many it already consumed, along with the progress bar. Okay, at the top we're going to show today's date. Then we also have an option to generate the recipe or meal with the help of AI. So that option we are going to add. Obviously on the click of this generate with AI, it will navigate to the new screen. And the most important part is that it also show the today's meal plan for the breakfast, lunch and for the dinner, along with the recipe name and how many calorie that a meal can generate, kind of thing, along with the image. Also you want to learn how to generate the recipe along with the image for that. And then you also have option to mark it as a consume one, so that it will update the calorie for that given day. Okay, so that's how we are going to implement the home screen. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here we don't want to add this, or we don't want this action top header. So I will just remove it for all of this tab. So simply go to this tab layout, and under this tab you can just say header shown as a false, and simply mark it as a save, mark it as a false and then save. And if you see, for all the tab now it got. Next thing, go to the home.jsx, and inside this I will remove it. Make sure to add a padding as a 20. And first thing, we want to add a new component. So under the component folder I am going to add home header.jsx as a new component. Let's add a default template and simply import it inside this home header and save it. And if you see, it's showing the text home header. Perfect. Now let's go to this home header, and inside this we want to show the user profile image. So I'm gonna obviously display as a placeholder only. So make sure to import image tag. Inside that we'll add a source tag, and then we want to fetch and display the image from the local assets. So I already added that inside this assets folder under the image folder, and call it as a user.png. Then let's give some style to this image along with the width and height. So we'll width as a 60, height as a 60, and then we'll also make a border radius to 99 and save it. And if you see, this is how it look like. Beautiful. Next we'll add a view, and inside the view we'll add a text, let's say hello. Okay, now along with that one you can also add an emoji. So you can copy this emoji anywhere from Google, or you can copy it from your WhatsApp, and simply add it here, something like this. And after that I'm gonna also add the username. Now in order to add a username, you can get it from your context. So we'll say user context, and here use context and with the user context. And in order to display, we'll just say user dot name and save it. And if you see, now it's showing the username as well. Now let's apply some style to this particular view. So first we'll make it as a display it as a flex, and then we'll make it flex direction as a row. Also we'll mark it as a align item in the center of the screen, and then we'll give gap to 10. Now for this text we'll say style, we'll add a font size, let's say 20, and for the user we'll say font size as 25, but to this one we'll also make font weight to bold. Actually let's make it 23. I think this is much better. And that's how our header for the home screen is ready. Let's move to the second component, which is the today's progress. Okay, so obviously we're gonna create a new component for that one, so that we can review it at other screen as well if needed. So under the component folder we'll create today progress only .jsx file, add a default template, and make sure to import this component inside the home screen after the home header. So we'll just say today progress and then save it. Now let's go to today's progress section, and inside this first thing I want to add a margin top to let's say 15. Then we'll add a padding to let's say 15 again, and over here we'll say today's goal. We'll wrap this inside the view because we also want to show the date on the right hand side. So, but in this case we'll add a style, we'll say a font size of let's say 20 and font weight to bold. Then we'll add another text, and here we want to add and show the date. Okay, so in order to format any kind of date, we can use one library called npm I moment. Just install this library, which will help us to convert any date in a specific format. Okay, so in this case let's say we want a current date, so we'll just say moment dot format, and here you can pass or mention the format the way you want. So we want month, then we want a date, and then we want year. Okay, something like this, and then save it, and boom, if you see, we got the date in a specific format. Now we want to align this all together, but also for this one I'm gonna add some style. Here we can change the font size to let's say 18, and let's bring in one line. So for this view we can make it display as a flex and flex direction as a row, and we'll say justify content space between. Also don't forget to add align item in the center, something like this. Now for this view I will make the background color as colors dot white. Okay, and we'll also change the, or we'll also add some rounded corner, something like 10. Perfect. Then display the calorie count. So after this view we'll add a text, and inside this text let's say I will add a hard-coded value for now, something like this. Okay, and we'll say kilo calorie. Now for this text let's add a style, we'll change the font size, let's say 30, and we also want to add font weight to bold. Okay, now let's align in the center of the screen. So we'll say text align in the center, and then we'll give a margin top to 5, we'll make it 10. Perfect. Now for this one let's change the color. So let's add a color as colors dot primary, something like this. Okay, and also we want to show a progress bar. So before that I will add a small text. Inside that will say you are doing great, and we'll align this in the center of the screen. So here we'll say add a style, we'll say text align in the center, margin top to 2, and font size to let's say 16. Perfect. Then in order to add a progress bar, we'll simply add a view. So here we'll add a view, and inside the view we'll add another view. Okay, so this inside view is for to show a progress, and this the outer view will act like complete progress bar. Now for this outside view we'll add a style, and we'll add a background color as a colors dot let's say add a grade, and then we'll also add a height, let's say 10, something like this, and it look like a progress bar right now, right? Also make sure its border radius to 99 and give margin top to let's say 15. Now for this one, if you want, you can add some opacity, let's say 0.77. I think that's much better. Now in order to show actual progress, obviously it will calculate depends on this logic, right? So we have to check how many kilocalorie consume and everything out of total calorie. But for now we'll hard code this one. So for this view we just need to add a style, and we also need to add a background color as colors dot primary. Okay, but we need to mention some specific width in this case. So here we'll say width, let's say 40%, okay, or let's say 60%, and then save it. After that we need to provide the same height of this one. So in this case let's say 10, and boom, if you see it's showing this one as a progress. Perfect. If you don't want add opacity, it's up to you if you want to add. And also I will make a border radius to 99, and this is how your progress bar will look like. Okay, next we want to just add a text. So for this one I will add a view. Over here on the left hand side we'll say calories consume, and another text, keep it up. Okay, and here I'm gonna add some emoji icon. So let's add some fire emoji icon. I will just copy this and we'll paste it here. Now for this view, let's add a style. We'll make display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and justify content space between. And main important thing, let's add, don't forget to add a margin top, something like this. Okay, and that's how our header is ready, or not header but status section or showing to today's status is ready. Now obviously you can add more you can do more customization to this one, but I'm gonna decide depends on the next component. So for this component I'm gonna add some gradient background, and then we'll see how it looks. Okay, and then we'll take a decision whether we want to add a background to this particular component or not. But until now, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Obviously later on in this course you're gonna learn how can we update this calorie depends on the user consume calorie. But right now we don't have much data to save it inside the database or fetch it from the database. That's the reason I am keeping like this. But in a quick thing, as we have the total user calorie which we can get it from the user. So here we'll say user is equal to use context, and we'll say user context, and from that one we can get this calorie which is the total calorie. So we'll say user dot calories and save it, and if you see now it's changed to 3000. but we don't have the consume calorie. That we can update later on. Now after this implementing, the next component we want to add is just a card to generate AI recipes. So inside our component folder, we're going to create a new component, and here we'll say generate meal, we'll say recipe card.jsx. We'll add a default template and make sure to import that inside your home screen and save it. Okay, let's go to this recipe card, and the first thing here we'll just say need meal ideas, and I'm gonna use emoji for that one. So let's add a spark emoji, something like this. We'll copy that and we're gonna simply paste it here. Now for this view, first let's add a margin top to 15, then we'll add a padding to 15. Also we're gonna make a background color, or we're gonna change this color soon. Okay, so I will keep like this for now, and let's save this one. Perfect. Now for this card we're gonna add a gradient color. Okay, so if you see, this particular profile image is a gradient color, but in order to add it here, we're gonna use the library called Expo linear gradient, which is available inside the Expo only. Just the thing, you need to install it. So copy this npm command or a npx command and simply install it. Once it's ready, you will see the example how to use it. So you can just add, instead of view, you can make sure to add this as a linear gradient and then pass the color. So middle color, start color, like that. Okay, so I'm going to copy this example, or make sure to just use the linear gradient. So instead of this view, we'll say linear gradient. I think we need to import that. Just copy this import statement and I will paste it here. Now to this linear gradient, we also need to pass a colors. Okay, and this will be, okay, let me check. So this will be inside this array list, something like this. See, so same way we have to pass it, and inside that you can just add the colors. So from our colors you can say first, for example, blue, and then we'll say colors dot, let's say, primary. Okay, and this is how it look like. I think I just tried. So let's save this one, and I will make a border radius to, let's say, 10. Perfect. Now for this text we'll add some style. We'll change the font size to, let's say, 23. Then we'll change the font size, font weight to bold, and most important, we'll also change this color to color dot white. Okay, something like this. See, after this we're gonna add a text, and I will just copy this text from our documentation, so it will be easy. And for this text as well, I'm gonna change the color. So we'll say colors dot white, and we'll change the font size to, let's say, 18. Also we can just change this opacity a little bit. Let's make it 0.8, and then most important, we'll give margin top to, let's say, 7. And the last, we want to add a button. So for a button, just add the button component. Now we can use our own button component as well, so we have to import it manually. From the component /shared/button, and then we can just provide a title called generate with AI and save it. Okay, but this button is not look good, right? So we need to change this button style, or we can add our own button as well. So basically Let's add touchable opacity. Touchable opacity from the React Native, and inside that we'll simply add a text and we'll say generate with AI. Now for this one, obviously we need to add a style. So first let's add a padding to 12. Then we'll add a background color as colors.white. Then we'll give a margin top to let's say 10, and we'll make a border radius to let's say 10. Then for this text we'll add a style. We'll change the font size to 18, and I think padding, the border radius, let's make it 8 for now, and here we'll change the color to our primary color and save it. Perfect. And you can just provide some width, let's say 180, something like this. See, if you want to add an icon, just go to the huge icon, and here we'll say right arrow, something like this. So if you see, we have some arrow. Okay, so you can use the one which you want. So I will use this one. Okay, so we'll just copy that and simply I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, make sure to import this huge icon as well and save it. Obviously for this one I will add the same color which is from the colors dot primary, and because of that we already added a color, it will be easy for us, right? Here we'll make display as a flex and flex direction as a row, and then item, align item in the center. Also we'll give gap, let's say 7. Perfect. Here we'll make this 200 width. Perfect. And that's how our generate meal idea of our section is now ready. Now the next thing is to show a today's meal plan. So on the screen, obviously right now we don't have any meal plan added to our database, so we want to add an empty state as well. So let's go back and let me close all of this tab for now, and inside this component folder we'll create a new file called today's meal plan.jsx. Let's add a default template and then make sure to import this component inside the home.jsx file. And then save it. Now let's go to this today's meal plan. First we'll add a style, and here we'll say margin top to let's say 15. Then for this text we'll say today's meal plan. We'll add some style. We'll change the font size to let's say 20, and we'll also add a font weight to bold. Then I'm going to add a state. We'll say meal plan comma set meal plan is equal to use state. But if the meal plan is empty, so here we'll add a condition. If meal plan is not there, then I'm gonna simply show one view, and inside the view we'll add an icon with the empty state. So from the huge icon I'm going to copy this calendar add icon. So I will copy this component in order to add it as an icon. Make sure to import this statement and then save it, something like this. See, over here inside the style we'll make it as display as a flex. Then I will make align item in the center of the screen, and also we'll give padding to let's say 20. Okay, for this one we'll provide a size, let's say 40, little bit bigger, and then we'll also add a color as our primary color of our application. Perfect. and just below that we can add a text. You don't have any meal plan for today. Now for this text we'll add a style. We'll change the font size, let's say 18, and then we'll change the font color as well. So we'll say colors dot gray. Perfect. Okay, and then below that we are going to add a button. So I will use this share button. Here we'll provide a title and then we'll call it as a create new meal plan. Okay, and we'll give some margin top over here for this button, right? Let's wrap it inside the view, or we can just add margin bottom, something like this. Now this button, I think it look like it's too big. Okay, so we'll make this font size 18 everywhere, so it's little bit decent now. I think 13 is fine. Perfect. And on the click of that one, obviously we want to give an option to the user to add a new meal plan, depends on for whether he want to add for the breakfast, for lunch, or for the dinner. Here for this one you can just add a background white, margin top and border radius, and this is how it will look like. Now on the click of generate the recipe, we are going to generate a recipe depends on the user choice. Once user enter the prompt, with the help of AI model, we're gonna generate the image and the recipe along with the how to cook it, ingredients and all the information. After that, we are going to save all the recipe information to our database, and we're gonna redirect user to the detail screen once the recipe is generated. On the detail screen, we're gonna give option to the user to add that particular meal or recipe in his meal plan or for a specific day as well. And this complete workflow that we are going to build it. Now, in order to generate the recipe, obviously we are going to redirect user to the new screen where user have option to enter the input, which kind of recipe he want to generate. On the click of generate, we are giving 3 option, and then once user select any of those, it will automatically generate the recipe. So let's go back to our application, and first thing, we are going to create a new route. So inside the app folder, we'll add a new folder, which is the new route, and we'll say generate AI recipe. Now inside this, we'll add index.jsx and simply add a default template. I will rename this to generate AI recipe and then save it. Once you save, obviously on the click of this button, we want to navigate, right? So simply click on this generate recipe card, and on the button press we want to navigate. So I will use the router hook. So we'll use router hook, and then make sure to import that one as well. And in order to navigate, we'll say on press router dot push, and then we'll give the route the name of that route, so that is generate AI recipe, and then save it. Now if I click on this generate with AI, if you see, it's redirected to the generate AI recipe. Perfect. Now let's go to that generate AI recipe page. First I will add a style. Now if you are using the Mac OS, so make sure to add a padding top. Okay, so here we'll say padding top when the platform dot os is equal to iOS, then we'll say padding top, here we'll just add like 40. Okay, and otherwise we'll just give padding to 20. For this text I will add a style, we'll add a font size, let's say 25, and font weight to bold. We'll say generate AI recipe. or we can just add AI recipe generator, that little bit meaningful generator as per our mockup. Then we'll add one small text. Inside that we'll say generate personalize recipes using AI. We'll add style for that one as well. We'll add a margin top to, let's say, 5, and color to colors. So I think we need to import these colors as well. So import colors from our color. Okay, and we can increase this font little bit, so let's say 16. Perfect. Here I will make 13, and we can also give margin top little more, so I will just add something like this. Perfect. Now we want to add a fill in so that user can enter the input. So we can use the text input, but in this case we want a text area. Okay, so user can add multi-line input. So simply I'm gonna use a text input fill from the React Native, and let's add a placeholder. Here we'll say enter your ingredients or recipe name. And in order to add a style, I'm gonna use an external styling, and I will make sure to import this style sheet as well. And inside this we'll add a style. We'll say padding to, let's say, 15, then a border width to 1, and border radius to, let's say, 10. Then also we want to change this font size, let's say 20. Okay, so a little bit bigger. And so basically I want to add all of this style externally, so I will cut it from here and we'll say text area and we'll paste it here. Okay, just you need to attach that style to this text input. I will also give margin top, let's say 15, and then I will also provide some height, let's say 200. 200 is too big, let's make it 150. Perfect. And then if you see the text input or placeholder is showing in the center, we'll say text align vertical, and then we'll say top. Perfect. And here now you can add whatever the ingredients or recipe name you want to add. Also, if you want, you can change the background color to colors.white. Then next thing, we want to add a button. So we already have the button, so we'll import that button. So make sure to import that as well from our shared components. So we'll go to the component shared, and then we have this button. Obviously for this button you need to provide a title. So here we'll say generate recipe. Okay, and we want to give margin as well. So simply I'm gonna wrap inside this view so that we can add a style with margin top to, let's say, 25. Perfect. Now obviously user will enter some details, and on the click of generate recipe we want to generate it. Also, if you want, you can change this background color. So at the parent view you can add a background color to white, and then don't forget to add a height to 100% as well. Okay, so if you see now its background is changed to white. Now let's create a new method on the click of this generate recipe. First we want to create some options. So simply here say we'll add a constant and generate recipe options and the arrow function, and this method gonna call on the click of this button. So here I will add on press event and then we'll call this method. Okay, now inside this method we need to make AI model call to generate recipe options. Okay, now in order to add that model call, just go to the services and inside the AI model we are going to create a new call similar like this calculate calorie AI. Now obviously this model we are going to use again, so I will write a constant here, we'll say AI model name and we'll paste it here and simply I'm going to use it. Now we'll just copy everything as it is, we'll paste it here and then instead of this calculate calories AI will say generate recipe options. Okay, to that one you can even pass the prompt and then everything will be as it is. Okay, here let's make this JSON object and then save it. Now next thing, we need to add a prompt to generate the recipe option. So inside the prompt.jsx under the shared folder, I already added a prompt which is used to generate the recipe option prompt. So it's saying depends on the user instruction, you have to generate 3 different recipe variant with the name, with the emoji and then 2-line description for that one. Also we want the result in the JSON format with this all the options. Okay, so that is very important, this recipe generation prompt. Now let's go back to our index.jsx file and here let's make that call. So I will copy this generate recipe option over here, we'll say constant result is equal to generate recipe options. I think name is quite same, we'll say AI model. Okay, just to distinguish and make sure first we'll use await, then this AI model, make sure to import it and then we need to pass the prompt. Obviously we'll generate the prompt from here and then that prompt we're gonna pass and that's it. Now for the prompt obviously we'll use this prompt first. Okay, make sure to import that. So first obviously we need to add whatever user inputted. Okay, and then we'll add this prompt. So we'll say prompt dot generate recipe option prompt, but before that let's get the user input. So here we'll say constant input comma set input is equal to use state and inside this text input we'll add on change text which will return the value whichever user enter and then for the same input we'll set the value. Once we have this input, let me make this as async as well. Here we're gonna attach that at the start, so we'll say input and plus. Okay, and then our prompt, as simple as that. Once we have that prompt, we are obviously passing to this one and inside the console I will write the result dot choices of 0 dot message. Okay, so this it will return this result. Also in meantime we need to add a loading state as well and here we'll say set loading is equal to use state. The initial value it will be false. When user click this button, the set loading we want to set to true and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Also we're gonna wrap it inside the try catch block. If we get any error then it will catch and our application will not stop. Okay, so make sure to add that. Here we'll just return a message as console.log with the E. Okay, so if we have any error it will just return it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Also make sure you will disable this button. Okay, and show the loading icon as well, or either other thing is you can just hide this whenever the, or let's keep it like this for now and let's test it first and we'll see whether we are getting the result or not. So here I will say I want to make veg breakfast for example, then we'll say generate recipe. Now obviously it's not showing any loading, but in the response if you see we got the recipe information. Inside that we have the recipe name, description, and the ingredients for that. Okay, obviously there are multiple recipe it's generated. See, now if you observe, it also generate the text which is outside of the JSON. So you can just update the prompt accordingly. So over here we'll say we want everything in the JSON format, and we'll say do not uh, give me text response, and then save it. Perfect. Now you can again test this out. Also in meantime, inside the index.js, let's update the loading state. So simply for this button, I'm gonna pass a loading state as a loading. If there is a loading, so inside this button we'll accept it as a loading only, and we're gonna show a loader. So over here, whenever the loading is true, so we'll say if loading is true, we're gonna show an activity indicator component which is imported from the React Native. Otherwise we're gonna show the text. Now interesting thing about this activity indicator, you can provide the size and you can provide the color. So inside this we'll add a colors as white, and whenever the loading is true you will see the indicator. Let me show you the quick demo. So if I save this one, and okay, somehow it's not showing. Okay, so initially it's false because if you see over here we are passing the loading as a false, but if I make it true, see the loading is showing. Perfect. Let's go back, and here by default we'll make this as a false. Also you can disable this button whenever the loading is true and save it. Perfect. So that's how you can add the loading indicator as well. Let's test this again. Okay, and if needed just update the prompt. So again I will run the same input and we'll say generate recipe, and if you see we have this loading indicator, and boom, now in this case if you see we got a proper JSON only response. Now inside the content we have this JSON response. Okay, now convert that and save it, and we want to display it on the screen, so we need to save that in a state. So here we'll say constant recipe option comma set recipe option is equal to use state, and then once we get the result we just gonna save that one. Now here we first need to make sure it is in the correct JSON format, so we need to remove this string, okay, which is coming at the this tag and JSON. So we'll say constant extract, we'll say extract JSON is equal to, and we'll say result.choices.message dot content, and then once we get that we just do replace this code JSON with empty string. And also if you observe at the end we also have this 3 tag that also we want to remove. So again I will add one more replace to remove that one with an empty string. Okay, once we get that we'll say constant parse JSON response is equal to JSON.parse, and then pass this extracted JSON. Okay, and if you want now we can console this so that you can see the actual response. This is very important, otherwise it's very hard to save it. Okay, now I will just enter as a potato curry, and once we have the result you will see it is in the form of proper JSON. Perfect. Now once we have the result, let's save this in a recipe options as our parse JSON response simply, and then save it. Now in order to display it, as we already have these options ready, right, you can just display that. So we'll create an component, separate component. So here we'll say recipe option list dot jsx. Let's add a default template for that one, and I'm gonna import that component over here. Now to this recipe option list we're gonna pass an options as recipe option, I will pass it recipe option only, so that's easy. And make sure to accept that inside this component so that we can just display that. Perfect. Let's save everything. And next thing, obviously, let's go to the recipe option list. First, I will add a style. We'll give margin top to, let's say, 20. Inside this text, over here we'll say recipe options, or we'll say select the recipe, select recipe. Let's add some style. We'll add a font size, let's say 20, and font weight, let's say bold. Then we need to iterate that, so we'll add a simple view, and then inside this view we'll say recipe option dot map. Inside that we have item comma index and the arrow function. We'll add a view again, and for this view just make sure to add a key as an index, that is very important. And then inside the text we'll simply show the recipe name. So here we'll say item dot recipe name. Now obviously make sure the field name is correct. So if I go over here, we have the description, we have the ingredients, and then we have this recipe name. So enter the recipe name as it is and save it. And obviously next time when you generate the recipe, you will see this recipe name. Also along with that, let's apply some style. Here we'll say font size to, let's say, 16, and font weight, let's say bold, and save it. Another text we want to show a description, right? So here we'll say item dot description. Make sure it's an optional field, and for that one as well I'm going to add a style, and just over here we'll say a font color. So here we'll say color as colors dot gray. Perfect. Now at the last, let's apply some style to this container, to this view. So we'll simply add a style, and to this style we'll add a padding of 15. Then we'll also add a border width, let's say 0.2 only, and we'll also add a border radius to, let's say, 15, and then we'll give margin top to 15. Perfect. And then save it. Now let's create this recipe. We'll say generate recipe. Once it generate, it will display it on the screen. Boom. See how beautiful it's looking, because we have this what we call emoji for each of them, along with the name and the description as well. Okay, so that's how it will generate this recipe. Now you have to make sure when you generate the recipe, only show this select recipe option when it is available. So over here I'm gonna add a condition: if recipe options are there, then only show that. Or maybe you can add dot length is greater than 0, then only show it, otherwise not. Perfect. Now once we select any recipe, we want to generate the complete recipe for it. Now once you just select any of this recipe, it will automatically generate it. You don't need to give a button option, it's completely optional. Okay, so inside this recipe option list, I'm gonna create constant on recipe option select, and I'm gonna call this method when user press any of this recipe. So obviously for this view we'll make this touchable opacity so that we can add on press event, and here we'll simply add on press. Make sure to pass the item you selected. Okay, so here I will pass it as an item, the complete item. Here I will accept it as a recipe, and then first we'll create a prompt. So here we'll say prompt is equal to, we'll say recipe name is the recipe dot recipe name, right? Because that whatever the recipe name we pass, that recipe name we need to add that. Then we'll say description. So whatever the description we get from the recipe, we need to pass that too. So we'll say recipe dot description. I'll bring this down, and then we gonna add a final prompt. Okay, now inside the prompt I already added this complete recipe prompt as well. It is available in the source code, so you can access that. So it has some instruction, and we also provided the specific schema so that we'll get all the details. And then simply we'll use this. So I will just copy this name, and then we'll say prompt dot the generate complete recipe prompt. Okay, so once you add that, you can even click console and we'll see whether we are getting the correct prompt or not. Make sure at every step you will console it and you are getting the result. Make sure that one, that is very important to avoid the error. Now let's consider I click this second recipe. So once I click, and boom, if you see, we have the recipe name with this all the information. Then we also had the description. Now make sure to give some space over here, and then the complete prompt. Perfect. Here only I will add some space. Now obviously inside our AI model we need to write one more model call, and for in this case actually we don't need to call another one because we can use the same one. Okay, so I will just remove this and I will use the same one. You can even change. So here we'll say AI generate recipe only. We'll say generate AI recipe, and I will update the name inside our index file. So if I go to this index.jsx, I will just update over here and make sure to remove the old one. Okay, so that we are not duplicating our code. Now inside the recipe option, I'm gonna say constant result is equal to await. Here we say generate AI recipe from the services, and then inside that we need to pass the prompt which you wrote. Now here make this as a async. So over here, sorry. And once you get the result similar like this one, I'm gonna extract the JSON, then we'll pass the JSON. So here we say extract JSON and then parse it. Once you parse, we'll just console and we'll say pass JSON response. Now we are going to add a dialog. Okay, so we can call it as a loading dialog. When user click, obviously it will take a few seconds to generate the AI response, but in order to show loading, you have different options as well. So let's create one. Okay, it's very easy and you can use it throughout the application as well. So inside the component, I'm gonna simply create a loading dialog.jsx. We'll add a default template. Now it will take few parameter. Here we'll say visible, or we'll say loading, and when there is a loading we can say or just we can add it as a show. Now inside this view, let's remove that and we'll say a model. Now we are actually implementing a model from the React Native. Okay, so make sure to add. First let's add a view, and for this model we can make this as a transparent, and then for the visible we'll pass the value which is getting from the loading. Then inside this view we'll add the activity indicator. So okay, let's add another view, and inside this we'll say activity indicator from the React Native. Here you can provide a size, so I'll provide as a large, and then along with that you can also provide a color. So we'll say color as colors dot white. Perfect. Below that we'll add a text. We'll say loading. Then for this particular view we'll add a style, and we'll say padding to 20, then border radius let's say 15. The background color will make colors dot primary, and then we'll say align item in the center. Perfect. Oh, I don't know why we added this one, so I will remove that. This need to be only text, So make sure it's just a text. Perfect. Now for this view again, we'll add some other style. So here we'll make it as a flex because we want to show it as a full screen. We'll make sure all the item in the center of the screen, and we'll make align. Oh, sorry. We'll make align item in the center, and then for a background color, we want to give some little bit transparent color. Okay, so the color code is 70. It's kind of light color, and then save it. Perfect. For this loading text, I will just add the color as colors dot white. The font size I will make the, let's say 18, and we'll give margin top to, let's say 8. Perfect, and save it. Now let me show this quick example. Okay, so inside the recipe option list, let's import this loading dialog, and to this loading dialog you can pass the loading as a true, and then save it, and boom, if you see how beautiful it looking, right? So in the meantime, you cannot avoid this loading, and obviously once it's finished, you can just mark this as a false. So it means we need to maintain the loading state. So here we'll define the loading, set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When user start generating the recipe, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now I will wrap this in a try catch block so that we'll not get any error, and make sure to pass this loading at both places. Perfect. Now after this, once the recipe is generated, we want to save to database, and once we save it, we'll redirect to recipe detail screen. Let's save it and let's test this out until this point. Don't forget to pass the loading over here and save it. Perfect. Now let's consider you want to generate this spice of potato and spinach curry. Just click on this, and boom, if you see, it start loading. As soon as the response is generated, which you will see inside the console, our the loading is gone, and here we will find all the details. How cool, right? Now another important thing, inside this recipe you will see this prompt called image prompt, as we are also want to generate the recipe image, okay, with the help of AI, which we are going to see now. But make sure inside your prompt I'm getting, or you are adding the prompt to generate the response. So we are just telling to this AI model that we also want to write a prompt in order to generate the image, and that is we add it as a image prompt as a field. Okay, with this image prompt, so maybe we can write it here. Once we have this image prompt, we will generate image or recipe image, we'll say, and then all together we are gonna save it. Okay, so over here I will put it in the last. Now after creating the recipe, we need to create the recipe image with the help of AI model, and for that one we are going to use an AI Guru Lab, which provide you the image generation AI model completely for a free. Simply go to the aigurulab.tech and then log in to the application. Once you log in, you will see the dashboard. Here you will see how many image generated, how many text to speech generated, because it also provide the text to speech model as well. If you see, I already generated more than 2000 images. Here inside the playground, you can even test this out by selecting the different model, add the input, update the width and height, and then simply generate the or run the input. It will generate the image for you. Here you can have also option how to convert the text to speech. Once you have everything ready, you can just copy this code and use it inside your application. Also from the API key, you can just copy the API key which is generated, and if you want to add more credits, you can just add it, or you can buy that credit as well. Before that, let's click on this view code, and simply I'm gonna copy everything as it is, and this will generate a base64 image URL, so you don't need to save on your own server. Once you copy, we'll go to the AI model, and inside that I will paste, I will create, uh, let's paste it like this only. After pasting the code, don't forget to add the API key inside your .env.local file, and then you have to add this inside your header. So over here you need to replace that key. So we'll say process.env that and then your key. Inside this input you need to pass the input of your recipe image, that is nothing but the prompt. So here I will rename this, we'll say generate recipe image. It will take the prompt for that one and the arrow function. I will make this as async, so because we are using await, and this prompt we need to pass over here, something like this. Okay, and you also have option to change width and height and the aspect ratio as well. Once you define this generate recipe image, make sure to export that one so that you can use it, and inside the output you can just access that output using the data.image. Okay, right now I will remove that and then save it. Now let's go back to your recipe option list, and now in order to generate the recipe image you just need to copy this generate recipe option. So over here we say constant AI image response is equal to await, and then we'll say generate AI recipe image. Now from the pass JSON response we are going to pass the image prompt. Okay, now obviously make sure the field you are getting this field. So I'll just scroll down, and if you see this image prompt, so make sure to pass the correct field name and then you will get the response. So over here we'll say console.log AI image response dot data dot image, and then you will get an actual image URL. Okay, let's test this image generation as well. Also once you add this AI model, it uses the Axios HTTP client library, so you need to add that library. So simply we'll say npm I Axios. Make sure to install that back because that is very important, and then make sure to import this Axios as well at the top. Perfect. Let's save everything and then let's test this out. So I already have everything selected. I will just select I will just generate this recipe. Okay, so we'll say generate this spice potato recipe, and if you see it start generating now, and if you see we got this URL. Now if I copy this generated URL and paste it here, you will see this image is generated with the help of AI, depends on the recipe which you selected. How cool. Now obviously once we have this the image, the content, the recipe information and everything, we want to save it to our database. Now let's go to the Supabase, let's go to the Convex, and inside this we need to add a table called recipes. Inside this recipe obviously we need to add few columns as well, so we can add it by going to the Convex folder, and inside that we have this schema.js file. Let's create a recipe. We'll say recipes, then we'll say define table, and inside that we need to define the column which we need it. First we'll say the JSON, so here we'll say JSON data, and then which is of type any, we can give it as any only, and you can also add the user who created this recipe, so you can just add the user ID. Okay, and then you can refer it by just providing the v dot id and then the table name which is the user. Now that's the only column we want to add, because inside the JSON data we have all the information which we need along with the recipe name and all of this information as well. So we don't want to save any other information inside this recipe, and then simply save it. Once you save, you can just okay, so I think we are not running the convex dev uh, command. So over here we just run the npx convex dev. I think I just closed the terminal, so that it was not running. Now if you see it's running, and you will see the recipe table as well. And if I click on add document, you will see these two columns. Perfect. So that's how you need to do it. Now let's go back, and now it's time to save it. So inside the recipe option list, either you can create a new method or you can directly use it. So first, uh, inside the convex we need to write a method or function to save the recipes. So here we'll say recipes.js. Inside that we'll say export constant create recipe is equal to mutation, and inside this mutation we need to get the arguments. The first argument I will say JSON data of type any, and then user ID of type ID, and then the table users. After this we need to provide the handler. Here we'll say async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll see gonna simply write constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert. Now you need to provide the table in which you want to insert, which is the recipes, and the field which you want to add. Here you want to add as a JSON data, so we'll simply say arguments dot JSON data and then user ID. So here we'll say user arguments dot uid. Okay, and if you want to return the result, you can return the result and then simply save it, and save this one as well. Once the create recipe function is ready, you can add the mutation. So we'll say constant create recipe is equal to use mutation and then define that API. So here we'll need to import that API. So we'll say import API from, and then give the convex path slash generated slash API. Here we'll say API dot recipes dot create recipe, and here it's very easy to save. So we'll say constant save recipe result is equal to await create recipe, and inside that you need to pass a JSON data. So in this case the JSON data is this pass JSON response, and we also forgot to add the image URL. Okay, so we'll also add the image URL, but make sure inside the schema as well we'll add that. So here we say image URL is of type string, and let's add the recipe name as well. Okay, and for the recipe name we'll add a type any again. So once we add it into the schema and save it, it will update into our database. But inside our convex recipes, when we create this recipe, don't forget to accept those. So here we'll say recipe name as v dot string, and then image URL again v dot string, and here as well I'm gonna add that. Perfect. Okay, and save it. Now you can have option to add this image URL from this one. So we have this image URL inside this AI response dot data dot image, and then the recipe name, which you can get it from the pass JSON response dot recipe name, and the last the user ID. Now in order to get the user ID, you can get it from the user detail context or from the user is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail. So I think we need to import, so our context which we written inside the context folder, which call user context only. So we'll say user context. If it's not get imported, make sure to import that. So we'll import user context from context slash user context, and then from the user you can get the user underscore id. Now if you want to print this, you can just say console.log and save the recipe result, okay, and then save it. Now let's try this. So I will generate this recipe, let's say creamy coconut potato curry. We'll click that one. Now it start loading. It will generate the recipe first, and then it will generate the image URL. Now the recipe is generated. If you see, observe the console, now image URL is generated, and boom, if you see, the record also get added and it return the record ID. If I go back to this Convex, you will see the image URL, the JSON data which contain all our JSON at one place, and the recipe name as well, okay, along with the which user this added, okay, that user ID also you can able to see. And if I hover on this one, you will see this user information. Perfect. So that's how easily you can generate the recipe with the help of AI model. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now, the next part is to redirect user to the recipe detail screen once we have the recipe information. Now, once the recipe is generated, we want to display the detail. So for that one, I'm going to create a new route first. So let me close all of this tab, and then inside this app, we'll create a recipe detail as a new route. Inside this, we'll add index.jsx file, and then let's add a default template. Here we'll say recipe detail and save it. Okay. Now, first we want to add recipe intro section which contain the recipe image, the title and the description. Then we want to add recipe ingredients list, okay, and then the cooking steps. Okay, so all of these three sections we need to add one by one. So for each of these three sections, we're gonna create three different components. Let's implement the recipe intro first. So inside this component folder, we'll create a recipe intro.jsx as a new component, add the default template, and inside the index.jsx, we'll import that component. So we'll say recipe intro and save it. Now, the next important part here that depends on the recipe ID, we want to fetch the recipe detail information. So in order to do that, first we need to write a convex query in order to fetch it. So go to the recipes and we'll write a new function called export, or new query you can call. So we'll say export get recipe by ID, and this will be the query. So we'll say query. Here inside the arguments, we need to get the ID of the record, right? So we'll say just ID I will pass, and we'll say v dot ID, and then give the column name which is recipes. So this need to be an export constant, okay? Then add the handler. We'll say async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now next important part here is create constant result is equal to await ctx.db.get. Here we are directly using get because we have the record ID. Inside that you just need to pass the ID, okay, which you are going to pass, which is the recipe ID, and that's all you need to do. And once you have the result, you can just return this result. As simple as that, right? Now, once you have the recipe, once you are in the recipe intro, right, you are passing the recipe ID to this recipe intro screen. That you can get it inside the constant, and here we'll say recipe ID is equal to use uh, search params. Okay, so through this use search param you will get the recipe ID. Let's console this first. Okay, the recipe ID, and we'll see whether we are getting the recipe ID or not once we generate the recipe. So simply go to the generate with UI, generate the recipe with AI. Here we'll say veg curry, and I will just generate the recipe. Now if you see it's loading, it will give three options for us. Now we got the three options. Let's select the spicy creamy butter veg curry, and then now it's loading. Now it's generating the detailed recipe, it generates the image, and then it will, okay, so I think we did not navigate, right? So we need to navigate it. If you see the record get added, right? But we totally forgot to navigate. So here I will use this ID. So inside our, if I go to the generated, the recipe option list, here we need to now navigate it, right? So make sure to add a router from the Expo router, and then simply you can say router dot push, and inside that you need to provide a path name as slash recipe detail, and then you need to provide the recipe ID, which is nothing but this save recipe result. Inside that you will get the ID. Let's save this one, and now I will go to the recipe, and here, inside this index.jsx, obviously inside the recipe intro as well we'll get that one. Actually let's remove it from here and go to the index.jsx. We'll use inside the recipe detail only, and then save it, and let's test this again one more time. So still generating the data, and boom, if you see it's navigated. So but the thing is we got this undefined. Okay, that's because maybe we use this use params or use search param, that's the correct one, and inside that we have the okay, yeah, we have the recipe ID, that's correct. Okay, so this need to be a use local search params. Okay, so make sure to use that from the Expo router. So that's the reason it's not showing, and then we have this recipe ID. Now for the testing purpose I'm using this recipe ID because I don't want to create every time. Now over here we'll write a method called constant get recipe detail and the arrow function. So there are two ways that you can get it. Either you can provide the convex or you can directly get it from the query. So you don't need the method to fetch the record. So over here we say constant recipe detail, or we say recipe, I will just add in a small recipe detail is equal to use query from the convex react. Inside that you need to provide the API recipes dot get recipe by ID, and then inside that you need to provide the recipe ID. So right now I'm going to hard code. So here we'll say if recipe ID is equal to undefined, then I will use this dummy ID for testing purpose, and then inside the console we'll get the recipe detail, and if I save this one, boom, if you see we got the data. In that one you will see we have the creation time, image URL, the JSON data as well. How cool. So that's how easily we get it. Perfect. Now the next thing we need to pass some this recipe detail to the recipe intro. So we'll say recipe detail as recipe detail and save it. Let's go to the recipe intro. Here we'll accept it as a recipe intro and then save it. Now for this one we'll add a style, we'll add a padding to 20, then we'll add a padding top, depends on the platform. So we'll say platform.os is equal to iOS, then we'll add 40, otherwise let's add 30 only. Then we want to add the image. So over here we'll say image tag from the React Native. Now in this case we want to show image from the URL. So inside the source we'll say URI, something like this, and then we'll say recipe intro dot image URL. Obviously make sure to provide a width and height. So inside the style we'll say width, let's say 100%, and the height, let's say 200, and then save it. So over here actually we forgot, we need to add recipe detail. We need to accept the param as a recipe detail, and here as well the recipe detail only. Okay, and boom, if you see we got the image URL. Perfect. Let's add some styling. So we'll add a border radius to 15. After this we simply need to add a text. So over here we'll add a text, and for this text we'll say recipe detail dot recipe name, and then save it. Also I will wrap this in a one view, and then inside the style we'll add some style later on, but before that let's add some style to this text. So over here we'll say a font size, let's say 25, or let's make it 20 only, and then we'll make a font weight to bold. Then for this view we'll add a margin top, let's say 15, and on the right hand side I want to add an icon. So from the use icon we'll say plus, make it free, and you can select the one which you want. Okay, so I will select this one. I will just copy this code for the icon, and then I will paste it here. Make sure to import this the use icon and this one as well, and then save it. Make sure this use icon here importing from the React Native, okay, because these are two different packets. And then if I save it, I think I just need to create everything again. Let's create a new AI recipe. So veg potato I will say, and we'll say generate the recipe. Here we have the option, and now it starts generating the data, and boom, if you see now it's created this creamy butter veg curry. Beautiful. Now next thing, obviously this plus icon we want on the right hand side. So simply for this view I will make it as a display it as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row, and then we'll make justify content space between. For this icon I'm gonna change the size, let's say 40, and also let's change the color. Here we'll make the colors dot primary. We'll also change this font, let's say 25, little bit bigger. Perfect. After this we want to add a description as well. So just below that I'm gonna add a text, but make sure it's outside of this view, and inside this text we'll say recipe detail. Okay, so obviously the all the description and other data is inside the JSON data, right? So here we'll say constant recipe JSON is equal to recipe detail dot JSON, and now you can access it from the recipe JSON dot description. So this need to be a JSON data, I believe. Yeah, and if you see now it's work. Let's apply some style to this one as well. So here we'll in the style we'll say a font size of 18, or make it 16. Then we'll give margin top, let's say 6, and then we'll add a font color, or so it means just color as colors dot gray. Perfect. If you want to make the background white you can make it. So inside this index.jsx for this view I will add a style. So instead of applying this condition, okay, so inside the recipe intro, right, so this style instead of applying to this particular view we can apply to the parent view only inside the index.jsx file, and make sure to import this platform as well and save it. Also for this text I will provide a line height to let's say 25. And I think I forgot again to add the background color as colors dot white, and then we'll also make the height to 100%. Perfect. Now it's look more cleaner. So this is how the intro is now ready. Now this particular button will help us to add the recipe into the meal plan. That functionality we'll implement later on, but before that we need to show all the details. Next thing, we want to show how many calories, how many people can serve, how many time it will take to cook, all the details. So for that one you can we can implement inside this section only. So I will create a view for that, and inside this view let's add the section. So first will be the calorie. So inside this view we'll add another view. Then we want to add an icon, so we can fetch it from the calories. So I will use this fire icon. I think this is pretty cool. Okay, so let's copy this from the React Native and then simply paste it here. Make sure to import this fire 3 icon and then save it. Then for this particular view we'll add a margin top, let's say 15, and for all this icon I'm going to apply the external styling because we are going to repeat the styling. So better is we can keep it at one place as a class. For this one now let's add a color as colors dot primary, and for icon we can also add some background color. So here we'll say icon bg. First we'll add a color, not color, but let's add a padding first. Let's say padding to 6, and I will attach that to this icon, so as a style. So we'll say styles dot icon bg. Then let's add a background color. So we'll say colors dot, let's say green, because I'm just want to test whether that's style is getting applied or not. So somehow it's not getting applied, leave it as it is, okay, because it's not a big deal, but make sure to apply the size. So here I will say size to 30 or make it 40. I think 30 is better. Then below that we're gonna add a text. Inside this we'll say calories and then the actual calorie count, so that we can get it from the recipe, what it called, recipe JSON. So here we'll say recipe JSON dot calories. Make sure we are getting that. So inside the response just search for this field called calories, see, and save it. Now apply some style. So here we'll say option, or we'll say subtext I will give it. Then for that one we'll say font size of 18, that I'm going to attach. As style dot subtext, and then on counts here we'll say font size to let's say 22, and the color will be colors dot primary, that we are going to attach to these counts. So we'll say styles dot counts. Perfect. You can make this bold as well using this font weight property and make it bold and save it. Okay, now for now I'm gonna keep everything as it is, and before that I will say option container. I don't know what we call to this one. I will say properties recipe properties we can say. Okay, properties container, and here we'll make display as a flex, and then align item in the center, and this property container we want to connect to this one, style dot property container, something like this, right? Perfect. Now I'm going to repeat this few times, something like this, and for this parent view we'll make it display as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row, but don't forget to make it justify content space evenly. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better, but I will still choose justify between, or we'll say space between. Perfect, this one. Okay, so it will show all the information correctly. Obviously you need to change the icon. Okay, so I will just pause the video and I will change this icon as well from this huge icon, and that's how our these calories and everything is ready. Now just change this name. So over here we need to show calories, then we'll say proteins, then time to cook, and then last the serve. Okay, so obviously we need to update accordingly. Now in this case, if you see, it's disturb everything. So here for this properties container, make it flex 1, and then for this div I will make a gap to 5. Perfect. Let's make it 3. No, make it extra. Perfect. So that's how you need to add it. I think we are pretty much, and only thing now we need to update is this value. So I just got rid of this protein section because it's too much on the screen. So that's the reason we kept only these three important category or option for this recipe detail. Now let's display the ingredients. So for that we need to create a new component called recipe ingredients. So inside the component folder we'll say recipe ingredients .jsx, add the default template and then save it. This particular recipe ingredients component we need to add. So over here we say recipe ingredients, and to this one as well we need to send the recipe ingredients. Okay, so I will pass the recipe detail as it is, and here I will accept as a recipe detail, and from this one we'll say constant ingredients, we'll say with a small ingredients is equal to recipe detail dot json data. From the json data, so I will just wrap like this, we need to get the all the ingredients. So if I go to the json data, this is our json data, right, and just search for the field called ingredients. Now in order to look it little great, so just copy this json data, open in new file, paste this, just do the formatting, and then you can find it here. Now inside this ingredients I will get this ingredients, and if I console this as a ingredients, you will see the list of ingredient, right? I will also copy this and then let's paste it here, and we'll format this, and boom, if you see we have the icon, we have the ingredient name and quantity for each of them. Okay, and that we are going to display. Now in order to display these ingredients we are going to use flat list. Before that let's apply some style to this one. We'll say margin top to 15. Here we'll say ingredients. For this one I will add the style. We'll say font size to let's say 25. Oh, I think 20 is better. And then we'll say the font weight to bold. Then after this I'm gonna use a flat list. Now flat list is very powerful React Native component which help us to display the list, or the list whatever the type of list you have. Just add the flat list. Inside that you need to provide a data which you want to show. So in this case is ingredients. Then you need to provide a render item. Here we'll add the arrow function. Don't forget to add this braces and everything correctly. Then we'll add a view, and inside this view, first thing we want to show a text. So I will again wrap this in a one view, and here I'm going to show this icon field. Okay, so we'll say item dot icon and then save it, and if you see, all this icon is displaying on the screen. Beautiful, right? Now for this particular text, we'll add a style. Here we'll add a padding, let's say 4. Then we'll also change the font size, let's say 20, so it's little bigger. Let's make it 23. And then I'm gonna update the background color. Okay, and inside the colors I'm gonna add some light color. Okay, and I will name it as a secondary with a hash. And this secondary color, now we can use it as a background color. So here we'll say colors dot secondary and save it. Now obviously here we'll say a border radius to 99 and then save it. You can add more padding if you want. Okay, next we're gonna add a text, and inside this text we're gonna show the ingredient name. So that is item dot ingredient, something like this. See, now obviously just update the font size, so let's say 17, and then we'll change the font weight to, let's say, medium, or I think I can change with a number as well. Then we want to bring this in one line, so for this view I will make display as flex and then flex direction as a row. Also I will do align item in the center and then gap to 5, something like this. See, and now it's look much better. Also for this view I will add a style, and then we'll add a margin top to 5 or make it 10. See, okay. And next on the right hand side we want to show the all the name. Okay, so what we can do, we can add a text outside of this view, and here we need to add the quantity. So we'll say item dot quantity and then save it. We'll add a style here. We'll change the font, or just we'll change the color to colors dot gray, and let's update the font size, let's say 16, and we want on the right hand side. So for this view we'll make it display as a flex and then flex direction as row, and justify content we'll say space between, and I will also do align item in the center. Perfect. Okay, so that's how it look like. Now right now if you see, I'm trying to scroll this one, but it's not scrollable, the screen is stuck. That's because we use this flat list and we don't have the scroll view. But you cannot implement the scroll view flat list inside the scroll view. So for that one, let's go to this parent component, which is our recipe detail page, and I'm going to wrap this all the complete view inside the flat list. Okay, now let's wrap it like this. Okay, let's undo for now, and here inside this the data will be the empty. Okay, then the render item we need to pass it as a null because we don't want to pass any enter. But the most important thing, you need to add the list header component. Okay, and then simply wrap it something like this and then save it. Once you save, now if you see, you can able to scroll it completely as a one scroller, so you don't have different scroll for this one and different for this. So that's how you can scroll it, and that's how our ingredient list to display it on the screen is ready. Now one more thing, over here inside this ingredients, you can show a total ingredients count. So I will just wrap this in a one view. I will copy this ingredient text, and in order to display the length here, I will just display the ingredients dot length, and here we'll say items. Okay, so if you see, it's showing 15 items, but make sure it will be in the one line. So in the display, we'll make it flex, we'll make flex direction as a row, and then justify content space between. Perfect. Also for this one, I don't want font weight to be bold. Oh, not this one, but for this item. Perfect. So that's how it look like. Now showing the cooking step is also similar to this one. So let's simply create a new component and we can call it as a recipe steps dot jsx. Add the default template, save it, and inside our index.jsx, let me close all of this unwanted tag. Over here we'll say recipe steps. So I don't know why it's not get imported. Let's import it quickly, and after importing, let's add it here. Now for this component as well, we are going to pass a recipe detail. So in this case, if you see, we don't need to fetch it every time. Once you fetch, you can just share it across a different component. Similar like ingredients. So if I go to this ingredients, right, I will copy this because we want JSON data, and now in this case we want direction. So if I go to this information, here we have ingredients, and then here we have the steps list. So we'll just get the steps here as well. I will just say it as a steps and then save it. Okay, don't forget to get the recipe details and save it. Okay, now inside this view we'll add a style. We'll say margin top to 15. For the text we'll say directions, and then we are going to simply showing the flat list. So here I will add the flat list. To this flat list we'll provide a data as a steps. Then inside the renter item we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view. Then we'll add a text, and then here we want to show the step number, right? So I will use index plus 1, and if I save it, you will see it's showing the step number. Right now we have 10 steps, so it's showing 1 2 3 until 10, and then we'll add a text to show each step. Now here in this case it's just a simple string, right, which is array of strings, so we can show one by one only directly by showing this item. Now let's apply some style. First we'll add display as flex, then flex direction as a row, and then gap to 10. After this we'll also give margin top to 5 for now, and then padding to 10. For this text we'll add a style. Here we'll change the font size, let's make it 18. Then we'll add a background color. We'll say colors dot primary, and let's add a padding to 7 or make it 15. We'll make a border radius to 99, and we'll add padding horizontal, let's say 25 or make it 20 to look like a circle only. Let's make this little smaller, so here I will make it 15, and I think this is much better. Here makes 10, and then here I will make it 15. After this we also want to change the color of text, so we'll say color dot white. Then for each of these steps. We'll add some style. Here we'll say font size, let's say 18. Then we just want the font size that much only and save it. So here if you see it's going out of screen, so basically mark it flex as a 1 and then make it flex shrink to let's say 1, I think. Yeah, and if you see it's working. Then for this view we'll also add align item in the center. Perfect. And that's all for this our ingredient section. Now if you want, let's try to add a border. Okay, so here we'll say border width, let's say 0.3, and then we'll add a border radius to let's say 15, and I think that's also look fine. We'll give margin top to let's say 10, so some spacing, and then we have this border as well. Beautiful, right? So that's how you can add this direction as well. Perfect. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. The last important thing, at the bottom of the screen, so if I go to our recipe detail index.jsx, I'm going to add one more button. So over here we'll say button from the React Native, oh not from the React Native, my bad. So I will just remove this button from the React Native because we want to use our own button. So let's import it quickly. So we'll say come import button from components and share button, and to this button I'm going to add a title. Here we'll say add to meal and save it, or meal plan. Okay, I will just make sure to wrap this in a view so that we can give a margin top. Perfect. So that's all for this chapter. If you have any question, any doubt showing this recipe detail, let me know in the comment section. On the click of this add to meal plus button, or we also add it at the bottom, we want to open the action sheet on the same screen, where user have option to select the next 3 to 4 days, and once user selects, user can also select the meal, which meal for the breakfast, for lunch or dinner, and then on click of add to meal plan for a specific day and for the specific meal, this particular meal get added into our database. But before that, first thing we want to implement is this action sheet. So for that one, I'm going to use a React Native action sheet library, which is very easy to integrate. First, go to this npm command and just copy this npm command and just paste it inside your terminal. Once it is installed, we'll go to the index.jsx of the recipe detail, and after this button I'm going to add this action sheet. So we'll simply say action sheet, it's importing from the React Native, and then save it. Now if you want to explore more, you can simply go to this documentation where you will learn how to use it, how to install it, and how to perform different various operations. So first thing, once you add this action sheet, you need to add a reference, something like this. So obviously first we'll define the reference. Here I will just add it here, and at the bottom, sorry, at the top, I'm going to add constant action sheet reference is equal to use reference, something like this. Okay, and then you can just start showing it using action sheet.current.show. Also here I will pass it as a null reference for now, and then save it. Now let's consider that on the click of this button you want to open it, so we'll add on press event, and then we'll say action sheet.current.show. So something like this, and then once user click on this button, right, we want to show some data. Let's simply show the text. We'll say hello and save it, And if I click on this add to meal, you will see this action bar is open. Obviously it's not look good, so obviously we want to add some more detail into that one. So in order to show this action sheet, I'm going to create a component. Here we'll say add, or not inside this route, but under this component folder, we'll simply say add to meal action sheet .jsx. Now we'll add a default template and make sure to import that component inside this action sheet. So here we'll simply add add to meal action sheet. Okay, now to this add to sheet action sheet, we need to pass the recipe detail. Okay, similar the way that we pass for the other component. So let's copy this recipe detail and we're gonna pass it over here. Now inside this add to meal action sheet, we'll accept here as a recipe detail. And first thing we want to do is to show the date. At the top, I'm going to display it as, let's say, add to meal text. Here we'll add a style, we'll add a font size, let's say 20, and we'll make font weight to bold and then save it. Also for this view, I will add a style and then we'll add a padding to 20. Let's make this text align in the center, and if you see how the action sheet get changed immediately. Then we want to add an option to select the dates. First, we need to get the next 4 to 5, whatever how many days you want, you can just add that in the in one state. So simply I'm going to say constant. Here we'll say date list, comma set date list is equal to use state. Now in this case we are going to use a moment.js library which help us to convert any type of date in a specific format. If you did not install previously, make sure to install using this npm i moment command, and once it is installed, we'll simply call a method called constant generate dates and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result is equal to 0, and we'll use a for loop. So we'll say let I is equal to 0, I is less than 4. Let's consider that you want to generate 4 dates. Here we'll say I plus plus, and then we'll say constant next date is equal to moment. This moment library we're going to use. Then add, because we want to add one day into that one, and we'll say dates. See, it automatically give you the suggestion as well. And then in which format do you want to display, that format you can present. Okay, so let's say you want to display like this, and then once you have this next date, we'll simply do result dot push push this next date, and once everything is done, we'll simply set the date list with the result. Okay, as simple as that. Now these generate dates we need to call inside the use effect, and then save it. Now over here I will also console the result just to verify that we are generating the date correctly. And if I go to this one, if you see, the next 4 days is generated automatically. Perfect. Now next thing, let's display this all the dates. Okay, so over here I'm going to use a flat list. So we'll use flat list. Inside the flat list we need to add data. So in this case data is a date list. Then we'll say render item. Here will be the item comma index and the arrow function, and then we'll say a view, and as per this mockup we want to display this. Okay, so first I will just display all the day. Okay, and then we'll display the date. So inside the text I'm gonna I want to display the dates, but if I just add it as an item, it will show me this day, right? So we need to format this. So we'll use a moment library to format this, and here we'll say format, and the first we just want to show the day, right? So here we'll say, I think DD will only give you the day, I believe. So if I go, if you see it's saying invalid. Now in this case you have to tell is in which format this date is, okay? So here we'll just add dd/mm/yyyy, okay? So similar like this, because we format this in a specific format, so that's the reason. And if I save it, you will see we are getting Wednesday, Thursday and Saturday, right? Same thing, the next we want to show the day, so we'll say dd and save it. And the last we want to add the month, right? So for month as well we are doing same thing, but here we'll say mm, so it will give you the month as well. Perfect. Now we want this in a horizontal format, so here just mark it as a horizontal to true, and we want a 4 column in one line, so we'll say number of column to 4. Now when you change the column inside the flat list, you need to restart your application, say, okay, because you cannot change the column on the fly. So once you get this message, just type R inside the terminal, so it will reload your application. After reloading, obviously once we add the number of column, you don't need to add this horizontal to true, because by default it will show the horizontal. And if you see, now the date are displaying on the screen. Perfect. Now for this view, we'll add a style and just make flex to 1, so it will spread out, okay, complete screen. Also over here we'll display it as a flex, and then we'll make flex direction, not flex direction, but we'll also make align item in the center. Then we'll give some padding, let's say 7, and then we'll also add a border width, let's say 0.5. Then we want a border radius, let's say 10, and then we'll also give gap, let's say 10, or not this gap, but we want to give the gap horizontally actually. So simply just give margin to, let's say 5. Perfect. Now for each of these text we want to change the styling, so over here we'll say style, font size to, let's say 18, font weight we'll say bold, not bold, but let's make it 500. Then for this date text, here we'll say font size to, let's say 20, and font weight to bold. And the last for the month, you can just change the font size to, let's say 16. Perfect. And that's how it will display, okay. And obviously we'll use some margin, and I forgot to add a text over here, so we'll add a text and we'll say select date. Here we'll add a style, we'll change the font size to, let's say 18, and font weight to bold. Also we'll give margin top to 15. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to display all the date. Now once user select any of the dates, so here we'll say selected date comma set selected date is equal to use state. We need to save that on the click. So basically we want to convert this view to touchable opacity, so that we can add on press event on the click of it. So we'll say on press, and simply we'll set the selected date as the item only. So whatever item we have, we'll save it, okay. Also we need to add a conditional styling. So basically we'll change the border color once user select it. So we'll say border color will be different when the selected date is matches with the item Then we'll simply say a border color will be colors dot primary. Okay, otherwise we'll keep the border color as colors dot gray and save it. Now if I select this one, see, it changed. Okay, so like that, you can just make this border width as a 1. Perfect. Also you can change the background color. So we'll say background color when the selected date is equal to item, then we'll make the background colors to secondary. Otherwise we'll make a background color white and save it. See, if I select this one, it changed the background color as well. Next thing, we want to just show these mill options. So I'm just going to add a constant mill options is equal to, and then we'll add it as a, for example, let's say title as breakfast. Then we also need to add an icon. I will keep like this for now. And then here will be the lunch, and then we have dinner as well. Okay, now for the icon you can use huge icon, and here for the breakfast, let's say coffee icon. So we will use this one. You just need to copy this coffee 02 icon and then paste it here. Make sure to import this from the huge icon. For the lunch as well, you can do same thing. Just search the icon which you want to use and then copy this. As simple as that, right? Because from the huge icon you will find a bunch of different one. Okay, and here we'll say moon 02. Let's import that one. Perfect. Now once you have this meal option as well, you can keep this meal option at the top, doesn't matter. And then you need to display similar way, the way that we display this meal. Okay, so I will pause the video and just do it yourself and try that out. And here we go. I added this simply the flat list with this meal option, and obviously we added the state to hold these selected meals. As simple as that. And at the last, I'm going to add a button. So inside the view, we'll add this button. To this button, I'm going to provide a title, and we'll say plus add to meal plan. Here we'll give a margin top, let's say 50. Okay, and then once user select all of this option, then it will say add to meal. Okay, and also we are going to add a cancel button. So you can just add simple button only, or let's do one thing. Let's simply add a text inside the touchable opacity. And here it will say text cancel. We'll add a style, and we'll add a font, not font, but let's make text align in the center, and change the font size to, let's say, 20. And here we'll add a style. We'll just simply add a padding to 50. Perfect. So on the cancel, we just want to hide or remove this action sheet. Okay, so obviously over here we'll add on press event, and we'll simply say hide action sheet. Now this particular method we need to pass back to the parent component like this. Okay, and inside the index, make sure to accept that. And then once user click on hide action sheet, we need to add action sheet reference dot current dot hide, and then save it. Now if I click cancel, see, it's getting hide. If I click open, it will open it. And once user select all of this information, user have option to add it to a meal plan. As simple as that. Now we need to create a new table inside the Convex database in order to add this meal plan. So simply we are going to go to the schema.js, and inside this we are going to add a meal plan, and then we'll say define table, and inside that you can define the column which you want to add. So first I will say add recipe ID, which is of type ID, and we need to attach to this particular table, right? Then we need to add the date, so we'll say date only. I don't know whether date is a result keyword or not, but let's add date of type string. I will add. Then the meal, for whether it's for breakfast or for dinner, right? So we'll say meal type, and then we'll say v of type string. So I think for now that's the only thing we need, but don't forget to add a user ID who added this one, right? So we'll say v dot id and make sure it's from the users table, and then save it. Now once you save, just make sure inside your Convex database the meal plan table get added. So next, in order to create the record, we need to create a Convex function. Here we'll say meal plan dot jsx. Inside that we'll say export constant create meal plan is equal to create mutation, because we want to insert, so we'll say mutation, and then inside this mutation we need to get the arguments. So inside the arguments, first we will get the user ID v dot id of type. I will just copy everything as it is, okay, because all of these four things we wanted. So I will just paste it here, and then we'll say handler. Don't forget to import this v, okay. Here we'll make async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then we need to give the table name, which is a meal plan, and then you need to provide all the fields which you want to insert. So I will just copy everything as it is, but just over here instead of this we'll say arguments dot recipe ID, then argument dot date. Here need to be a meal type, and then user ID. As simple as that, and simply you can return the inserted record ID and then save it. Now once you add this Convex function, simply go to this add to meal action sheet. Inside this we need to write a method on the click of this add to meal plan. So we'll say constant add to meal plan and the arrow function. First I will check in the if condition that is selected date. If it's not there, and if selected meal is not there, then we'll simply return nothing, and make sure to add alert message saying and error. We'll say error, please enter all please select all details, and then save it. Now this add to meal plan we need to connect to our add to meal plan button. So this is our button. Here we have on the press event, and simply attach to that. Then once everything is good, you just select all the information. Then we need to define the mutation called constant create meal plan is equal to use mutation, and then define that API from the meal plan. Now inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await create meal plan, and inside this simply provide all this information. Now first date, we'll say select date, then we have the meal type, we'll say selected meal, then we have the recipe ID. Now this recipe ID we can get it from the recipe detail. So inside this recipe detail, we have underscore ID and then user ID, which we can get from the user detail. So over here we'll get the user detail information is equal to use context, and we'll say user context. If it's not get imported, make sure to import that. So we'll say import user context from context slash user context. Okay, so that you will get the user ID. And here we are using await, so let's make this as async, and just for the confirmation purpose you can even console the result and then save it. And then here you can even close this, or you can show a alert message saying it is get imported successfully. Okay, so here we'll say alert saying success, I will say added, and simply we'll say added to meal plan, added to meal plan. Perfect. And after that you can even hide this particular action sheet. So I will just call this hide action sheet method. I will just make sure it's correct. Yeah, that's really good, and then save it. So let's test this out. So let's select any of the date which you want to add. Let's say select it as a today's date, the breakfast, and we'll say, or let's make it lunch, and we'll say add to meal plan, and boom, if you see it's giving alert message, our actions also get hidden. And now if I go back, you will see the new record get added. The recipe ID is also attached to this record, and user ID also attached to this user table record. Perfect. So that's how easily we added this meal plan. Perfect. Now next important thing, if I go back to previous screen, here we need to show all today's plan. So depends on the today's date, we need to fetch all the meal plans and we want to display it on the screen. Also we want to show all the recipe are available into our database and we can display it inside this. So currently we only have 4 recipe. I'm gonna create few more with the help of our AI model which we already added over here, and so that we can show some data on this meal tab as well. Okay, and everything will work seamlessly once you add all of this information. Now let's display the today's meal plan for that given user. Now once user added all the meal for that particular day, we want to show it on the screen along with whether that's a breakfast and the recipe. Okay, so obviously we have the two table inside our database, one is the meal plan and one is the recipe, and we need to connect both the table in order to get this all the information, right? As in the meal plan we only have the recipe ID, and we have to make sure we also fetch the recipe information with the help of recipe ID. Now Convex is providing you a join functionality where you can join two tables together to fetch the data. If you click the link in the description, you will jump onto this documentation where you will find the join in order to read the data. Simply you have to use promise and then you can fetch all the information which you want. Okay, as simple as that. So let's do one thing. Let's go back to our application and inside our meal plan. So if I go to this Convex meal plan, so I will go to this Convex meal plan.js. So you can make it JSX, it's up to you. Here we'll create a method called export, get today's, or we'll say get, let's say today's meal plan. Okay, and then similar like this one, right? Obviously we need to write a query because we want to fetch it. So we'll say is equal to query and the arrow function. Make sure don't forget to add a constant here. Then inside the arguments we are going to take two important arguments. One is the user ID, so we'll say v dot id from the table users, and other is a date, so it is of type string. Perfect. Then inside the handler, we'll say async ctx comma db, sorry, arguments and the arrow function. Now first we'll fetch all meal plans and then we'll fetch recipes belong to meal plan. As simple as that. Okay. So in order to fetch all meal plans, we'll say constant meal plans is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and inside that we need to provide the on which table, so it's a meal plan. Then we'll say filter, so I'll just bring this down dot filter, and then we need to filter on depends on the specific information. So first we'll say q dot equal to q dot fill, and then here we need to pass a user id which matches with the arguments dot user id. Okay, but we also need to pass a date, and we also need to filter out by the date as well. So in order to add another field, so you have to wrap this, so we'll say q dot and, okay, and then we'll add something like this, and then the another field will we'll do the q dot equal to q dot fill, and inside that we'll say date and matches with the q dot arguments dot date. So basically we added two column matching, and then we added this AND operator, and at the last to get all this record you have to add collect. Okay, now this will return only the all the meal plans, but along with that one now we want to fetch the recipe, depends on the recipe id. So that's quite easy again. Okay, so what you need to do, inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await, we'll say promise dot all, and inside this we'll say meal plans dot map, inside this we'll say async meal plan and the arrow function. Now from each meal plan we have the recipe id, right? So here we'll say recipe is equal to await ctx dot db dot get, and then we're only gonna pass the recipe id. So here we have this recipe id, that's all, and at the last we'll say return the meal plan and then the recipe. Okay, so this meal plan and this recipe we are going to return back, and inside the return result we'll get all the information, so we'll say return results. Now let's go to this today's meal plan component and we'll try to fetch it. So inside this component folder we already have this component called today's meal plan, and inside here we'll say constant get today's meal plan and the arrow function. Here first you need to define this query, but we'll define using this convex, so we'll say use convex and make sure to import this use convex hook, and then here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, and then make sure to pass this API. So inside the meal plan we have this get today's meal plan. Then you need to pass an arguments as well. Here we are using await, so make sure to mark it as async, and here we'll pass a date. Now date will be the today's date, so we'll say moment dot format, and then make sure to format in the similar format that we are saving. So here is the day, month and year, so we'll say day, month and year, and after this we also need to pass the user id, which we can get it from the user hook. So we'll say constant user is equal to use context, and we'll say user context. So here we'll say user underscore id. Perfect. And the last we'll say console.log result. Now this particular method we're gonna call whenever this component get executed. So simply inside the use effect, whenever the user information is available and then this component get load, we're gonna call the get today's meal plan method and then save it. Now inside the terminal, if I scroll down, so I just found that this AND operator which you use, okay, make sure the braces you added the correctly. Previously it was little bit incorrect, so I just fixed that. And now if I go over here, you will see we got this today's recipe information. Now let's copy this recipe information and simply I'm gonna put it inside a new file just to see this format. So we'll say format document, and if you see we have this meal plan. So under the meal plan, we'll see the meal type, date, everything. And then after that, we have this recipe as well, right? Inside the recipe, we'll see this image URL and the recipe name, because that's the only two things we wanted for now. And obviously inside the JSON data, you can also get all the recipe information, okay? And this is for this. We will get the three because we have the breakfast meal and the dinner meal plan. So that's the why we are getting three results. So that's how, guys, you need to connect the two tables together in order to display or get this data. Now once we get it, simply we need to save in one state. So inside the today's meal plan, we already have this meal plan state, so that's good. Simply we'll say set meal plan and then we'll save it as a result. Now at the bottom, if I save this one, you will not see this section because in this case we already have the meal plan. So I'm gonna add an question mark and then I'm gonna add, if meal plan is there, then show, let's say show this view. Okay, now inside this view we want to show the card, right? So we'll use a flat list in this case. So we'll say flat list from the React Native. Inside the flat list we'll show a data, and inside the data we'll add a meal plan. Then we'll say render item, we'll say item, and the arrow function. Inside this we're gonna create a card to display each of these items. So for example, this particular card we are going to create as a different component, and then we're going to simply pass the information. So over here we'll say meal plan card dot JSX, add a default template, and it will take the meal plan info. Okay, then make sure to import this meal plan card inside your today's meal plan inside the flat list. So we'll say meal plan card. And then make sure to pass the meal plan info with this item and then save it. Now obviously you will see this 3 times because we have the 3 records. Now let's go to this meal plan card. Inside this one, first thing we want to show the recipe image on the left hand side, right? So simply I will add an image source, and from the URL we want to show it. So we'll say meal plan info dot image URL. Not image URL, actually we want to get it from the recipe and then we want to get the image URL. So here we'll say recipe dot image URL. After this we'll add a style and then we'll say width, let's say 100, and the height as 100, and if I save it, you will see this meal. Beautiful. Add a border radius, let's say 15, and for this particular view we'll add a style, we'll add a padding to 20. Oh, 20 is too much, let's make it 10, and here as well we'll make it 70. Okay, we'll update that later on. Then we'll add a view and we want to show whether it's a breakfast or lunch or what or not, right? So simply inside the text we'll say meal plan info dot, and that information we'll get it from the meal plan dot meal type. If I save it, you will see whether it's a lunch or not. Let's bring this on the right hand side. So for this one, we'll make it display as a flex and flex direction as a row along with gap to 10. Now for this text, I'm going to add an external styling. Make sure to import the style sheet and we'll say meal type text. Here we'll add a background color as colors dot primary, then color will be I'll make it secondary actually. Here we'll make it as a secondary, and then we'll make color as colors dot primary. Also we'll add padding to 1 and we'll add padding horizontal, let's say 4. Also we'll make a border radius to 99. And then make sure to attach this style to this particular text. So using style dot meal type text. Perfect. And if you see, we have this lunch, dinner and breakfast. Make sure you will get, let's add more horizontal padding. Then we want to show the recipe name. So here we'll say meal plan info dot, then we'll get the recipe name from the recipe, and then we have the recipe name. Perfect. Obviously for this one as well, I'm going to attach the external styling. Here we say font size to 20 and font weight to bold. And simply I'm going to attach using styles dot recipe name. I think it's too big. I will make this, let's say 18. Here let's try to do the flex wrap. So we'll say flex wrap. I don't know whether it's working or not. After this, I'm also going to add a background color as colors dot white. Okay, and then we'll make a border radius to, let's say 15, and then we'll also give some padding. So here we'll say padding, not padding, margin top, let's say 10. Okay, so some space between these, and I think that's pretty good. Now next thing, along with this one, we also want to show the how many calories that user consumes. So this calorie information we want to show. So we'll say text, then meal plan info dot. Now this calorie information is inside the recipe under the JSON data, right? So we'll say recipe under JSON data, and inside this you will find a calories and save it. And if you see, this calorie is now displaying. Obviously after this you can say kcal. Now for this calorie as well, so here we'll say calories, we'll add a some style, so we'll attach that first, and then over here we'll say a font size to, let's say 16, 16, and we'll say font weight to, let's say 500. Okay, so I will dismiss this. I think we need to reload. Let's reload. And after reloading, now if you see, it's perfectly looking good. I will also give margin top to 5, and then we'll change the color to colors dot, let's try to add a green. Let's see how it looks. I think green is much better, or you can even add a primary, but it's too much color combination because we already have the primary color. Okay, I think this is much better. Perfect. Now as per this mockup, we also want to add this checkbox, and with this checkbox we need to make sure when user select that, it means user already finished this, and then we need to make sure we'll count these calories as well. Okay, so first thing we need to make sure that we will add a new column inside this meal plan, and we can say it as a status, and status can be a true or false. If it's true, it means user already consumed. If false, then it means user did not finish that particular meal. So let's go back to our Convex schema, and inside this I'm going to add a new column. We call it as a status. Now this column is of type boolean, and initially I will make this column as an optional field. So here we'll say optional, and then we'll add that and then save it. Now once you save, you will see the status column get added. After this, obviously when we are fetching it, it will also fetch the status column, so you don't need to worry about that. But inside our this view, right, we need to add the checkbox. So I'm going to use a simple huge icon, because React Native not containing the checkbox, the Expo React Native did not provide the checkbox, inbuilt checkbox. So better we can use this huge icon as a checkbox. So here if I go to this check mark or checkbox, something like this, you will see these are different options. So I will use any of these checkbox, but the most important, if it's not checked, then we'll just show a square. Okay, so maybe we can show the empty square as well, say something like this. So copy this icon, and obviously we are going to add a condition. So over here maybe we can add a new view for this one, and inside this view we'll simply say if meal plan info dot meal plan dot status is not equal to true, then we are going to show this icon. Make sure to import this huge icon from the React Native and this square icon as well. Otherwise I'm going to show the check mark icon. Okay, so just search for the check icon, and sorry, so I will search it again with a check. We'll say checkbox. I don't know how it call, but let's say search for a check with a stroke, and if you see, we can select this one. Otherwise we can enter that. Make sure to import this one as well, and then save it. Right now if you see, the check mark icon is showing, but we can put it in the center of the screen. So basically we can simply wrap this one, or let's do one thing, we'll wrap this view something like this, so that we can add a style. We'll make it display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and justify content space between, and we'll also make align item in the center. Okay, then don't forget to add a gap, so we'll add a gap to 10, and here we'll also mark flex to 1, so all these checkbox will be on the right hand side. Okay, now once user click on any of the checkbox, obviously we want to save that. So I will make sure I will wrap this inside the touchable opacity with on press event, and here we'll say on check. So here on check we'll mark it, oh sorry, here we need to pass as a true, and make sure to close this touchable opacity. And I will copy again, and we'll paste it here. Oh, so this need to be here. Perfect. And here if it's already checked, then we need to pass as a false. Now this particular onCheck method we want to call, so that we can update that specific record. Okay, so on the onCheck, we'll get the status, and from the meal plan info we're gonna pass that particular record. So interesting thing about here, inside this meal plan info, inside the meal plan we already have this ID, so we can directly update that particular ID only. So for this we'll need to write function for that one to update the status. So go to the Convex inside the meal plan, and below that I will write a method. So here we'll say export constant update status is equal to mutation, because we want to update it. In that we'll take an arguments of ID, and again this is from the meal plan only. So here we'll say meal plan, and then inside the handler we'll add async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch, and then you need to pass that id using this arguments dot id. It will automatically detect which table you want to update and the field which you want to update. So in this case we want to update the status with the status. Obviously here we also want to get the status of type boolean. So arguments dot status, perfect, and that's all we need to do. Now once you define this mutation inside our meal plan card, I will use this mutation. So here we'll say update status is equal to use mutation API dot meal plan dot update status, as simple as that. And then we'll say constant result is equal to await update status, and then we need to provide the ID. That ID you can get it from the meal info dot meal plan underscore ID. So make sure you will get that. Okay, if you copy this JSON and format it correctly, so you will find it will be easy to find this all the field. And then you need to pass the status, whatever the status we are passing, that status we are going to pass. Here make this as async, and once you update the status we can show the alert message create, and here we'll just say status updated and then save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out quickly. So if I click on this and if I click it, see it's saying great, status updated, but it's not updating on this screen. It will only update when you reload your application. If I try to reload our application, then for that record you will see it will show it as a checkbox. In the meantime, you can also see the status is showing it as a true for this particular record, and boom, if you see the status is changed to the checkbox. Now the question is, how can we do that? So basically when you update the status, you also can pass one method. Here we'll say refresh data, and this refresh data we're gonna call and gonna pass back to the parent component through this meal plan card. So in that case you need to just go to the today's meal plan, that's where we are fetching the data. Make sure to accept that, and then over here we're gonna simply call this method called get today's meal plan. Okay, now if I checkbox or mark it as a check, okay, so if I mark it as check, boom, if you see now it's updated automatically. If I again mark it as a check, it will uncheck and then it will show as an uncheck. Now quick thing, when there is a check, we're gonna change this to something like green icon. So here I will update the color as colors dot primary green. So it will show in the form of green. See, otherwise it will we can show gray color only, colors dot gray, and save it. Now if I mark this as check, see it's showing check, something like this. Now right now if I try to scroll down, I'm not able to scroll it. Okay, it means we need to wrap this particular screen or view inside the flat list, which we already implemented inside the recipe detail screen. It's quite easy. Simply go to the tab inside the home.jsx, which we are that's where we are showing everything, right? Simply I'm going to use a flat list. Inside the flat list, I will wrap something like this. So I will copy from here, I will paste it, and then inside the flash we'll add data as a empty. Inside the render item we'll say null, and then we'll say list header component, and then wrap it inside the curly braces, and then save it. Once you save, you can able to scroll it completely. So that's how you need to do it. I hope you understand how you can update this meal plan, because this is very important in order to update your calorie for that given day. Now when we check this particular meal plan, we also going to add a new column so that we can add a calorie which consume for that particular recipe. So it will be easy in order to display the total calorie inside our today's goal. Okay, just we are making our application much easier in the sense of logic. So inside the meal plan table, under the schema, I'm going to add calories. Again, it's an optional field, and here we'll add v dot we can say number only, and then save it. Now make sure inside the database you will see a new column. Perfect. Now whenever you are checking that, right, so inside our add to meal, not add to meal, but inside our today's meal plan where we use this meal plan card, when we save it, we are also going to send calories. Okay, now this calorie information you can get it from the meal plan info dot recipe dot json data, and inside that we have the calories, because we already know that how we display it, right? And here you can get the calorie information. So that's why I'm using this. And once you save this calorie, don't forget to update in your update status inside the Convex meal plan, right? Here along with the ID and status, we'll also get the calories, and it is of type number, and then we're also going to add these calories and then save it. Okay, so let's test this out. Okay, even though if you uncheck or check, it doesn't matter. Okay, I think okay, I think we forgot to save this one. Make sure to save it. And now if let's uncheck this. Okay, we have an error actually. Let's see what's the issue. Okay, so there is a spelling mistake, so here need to be a calories. And now if I check or uncheck, okay, you will see this calorie will get added. So like in this case, if you see, it's added as a 450. Perfect. So that's how we need to do it. Now once we have all of this calorie, you just need to get the total and just display it inside this today's goal. So let's go to the so I will not save this file, that's fine. Here we'll go to this today's progress, and inside that we need to write a method to get the total calorie consumed. So to calculate the total calories, right, here is the from the Convex documentation, you can use the aggregation, where once you fetch the data, you can just use this reduce operator to add the total calories. Let me show you the quick example. So obviously we are going to add. So first I will go to the meal plan, and inside this meal plan I'm going to write a new query. So here we'll say export constant get total calorie consume is equal to query, and inside this we need to get the not id, but the we just need the date. So over here inside the arguments we just need a date of type string, because for that particular date we need to fetch it. Then we're going to use the handler. So I'm just going to copy this handler as it is and we'll paste it here. Now inside this handler we need to fetch depends on the particular date all the recipe all the meal plans. So here inside that we'll say meal plan is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, then add the table name, and then we'll use the filter with the q. Here we'll say q dot equal to, inside this we'll say q dot fill on date, and then we also need to match with our arguments dot date. Last we'll say collect. Now here we'll get all the meal plan list, correct, along with the calorie and all the information. Now here we'll write constant total calories is equal to. So one more thing I forgot, here we need to get the user information as well, user id. So here we'll say vid and from the users, and again we need to implement that with an AND operator. Okay, so if I go over here, if you see I will use the same filter as it is, and I'm gonna use over here because depends on the user id and date we want to fetch only for that particular user and all the record from the meal plan. Now we'll say total calories is equal to meal plan result dot reduce. Here we'll have sum comma each meal record and the arrow function. Now it will return the sum plus we'll say meal dot calories. If it's there then it will use the meal calorie. If it's a null, then it will get as a 0 only, and here use 0, and in the last you just need to return the total calories, something like this. Okay, and then save it. You just write like this total calories, that should be fine. And once you define this, let's use it. So basically let's go to this today's progress. Inside this I will use a convex and we'll use convex hook. Then we'll say constant get total calorie consume is equal to and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query. Here we need to provide that query name query, so make sure to import the API. From the convex / generated / API, and then we'll have API dot meal plan dot get total calorie consume, and then inside this you need to provide a date. Make sure you will format in a specific format from the moment, so that format is dd/mm/yy, and then you also need to pass user ID, which you can get it from the user underscore ID. Now make sure use async because we are using await, and then inside the console we'll say result. Now this get total calorie consume we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load and when the user information is available, something like this, and then save it. Now once you save, right now somehow it's showing 0 only, but let me see whether we have any calories. It looks like we have the calorie for that given user, but I don't know why we are getting this calorie count as a 0. So basically this need to be a format. Okay, so we incorrectly added this, and then if you see, we got the calorie as 450 count. Beautiful. Now simply we'll save it. So here we'll say total calories consumed, comma set total calories consumed is equal to use state, and initially I will show it as a 0, and once we have the result, we'll just simply save it inside this total calorie consumed. Now this need to be updated inside our hard coded 500 value with total calorie consumed, and then save it, and boom, if you see, now it's showing the total calorie consumed with the latest value. Now one more important thing here, if we update this, right, it will not get update here, see, until and unless at least you reload this application or something like that. Now in order to fix this issue, either you can simply pass the or trigger that use effect whenever there is change in the value, so that you can do it. Simply for that one, you need to go to this today's plan where we have this refresh data, see, right, we also need to call this along with this refresh data, we'll also pass back, okay, but this is not a best way to do that, because you need to go from one screen to other and so on. So to fix this issue, you can use a context, okay, so simply add a new context, and here we'll say refresh data context dot jsx. Now I will add a default template whenever the value of inside the refresh data will change. So obviously this is a context, we're gonna refresh the data at any place for any component. So we'll say export constant refresh data context is equal to create context, and once you add that, you need to make sure you need to wrap your application. So go to the underscore layout, after this user context I will use this refresh context, I will make sure to import and then the provider with a default value we're gonna add, and make sure to wrap your application inside this provider. Now for the default value, here we'll say refresh data, and we'll say set refresh data, okay, and the value, whatever value you want to give initially, or you can just left it as it is, and then make sure to pass it and then save it. Now we have one error, just reload the application, that will fix it. And the most important now, whenever you check this, right, you need to call this refresh data method. So that check is inside the today's meal plan, inside that we have that card, not here, but if I go to the today's meal plan, and maybe we can call inside the meal plan card, and I will import that context first, is equal to use context. Now you don't need to pass this data as well, okay, and so I remove that, but inside this set refresh data you can set the value which is every time unique. So for that one I'm going to show add a date dot now, so every time it will be new, right, so that's the reason I'm adding this one. And whenever the refresh data changes, right, okay, so here don't forget to add refresh data context, I forgot to import that, so I will make sure we'll import that one as well. Perfect. And whenever you set this refresh data, it will trigger it, and wherever you want you can add it. For example, is today's meal plan. Now I will remove from here, and simply inside the use effect here we'll add whenever the refresh data is there. So make sure to use this refresh data in this component as well. Also import that, and we'll just call it here, okay. Same thing I'm going to copy and I'm going to use inside this today's progress. So first I will add it here. I will import the use context and the use refresh data context, and whenever the refresh data changes, I'm going to call this get total consumed calorie. Okay, so if I uncheck this one, right, and okay, so somehow see again there is another issue. So if I uncheck, it's still showing this calorie. That's because inside our meal plan, inside the Convex, we also need to make sure we'll add one more condition to check if the status is true. Okay, so here if I add the status as a true, then only fetch that record. And once you add that, now after reloading, if you see, if I check mark this one, right, well, let's check mark it, and it's saying updated, and it's over here is also get update. And not only that, without refresh, the our calorie also get reflected. If I check this, see, you will see this calorie also get changed. Beautiful. So that's how you can use the context to update your methods to get a latest data. As simple as that. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to implement the meals section, where we are going to just display in the form of all the recipe in the form of grids. So simply go to the meals. First thing, inside the style, we'll add a padding to 20. Then if depends on the platform, we are going to add padding top. If the platform dot os is equal to iOS, then it should be at 40, otherwise it should be 25 or make it 30. Then for this text, here we'll add a text, we'll make font size to 25 and we'll make a font weight to bold, and we'll say explore or discover recipes, and I will also paste the emoji here. Let's make it 30. Then at the top, I'm going to use an existing card, which is the generate AI. I don't know what is the name. Let's search for the card, recipe card generator. Oh, that's weird. Let's go to the home screen and just use this generate recipe card. So over here, make sure to import that. So from user to the user, we can also have, or user also have option to generate from this section. So that's how we can reuse our component so easily. Now inside the meal, we need to get all the meal, all the recipe. So I will write a method called constant get, or instead of just get, we can directly use a convex function. So go to the convex recipe. So convex has the recipe file. Inside that, we need to write a query to get all the recipes. So here we'll say constant get all recipes is equal to query. Inside the query, we can directly use the handler with async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside the result, we'll say await ctx dot db dot query on recipes. That's all you needed. And then in the return, you can just return the result. Once you return it, go to your meal. Over here, we'll say constant recipes, or we'll say recipe list is equal to use query from the convex add, and then define the API. Also, we're gonna console this recipe list and then save it. Now inside the console, okay, so we have an error actually. Okay, so basically inside the recipe, once you add the query, don't forget to add collect. Okay, so this is important. So when you add the collect, it will fetch all the record. Now I will just reload my application, and then inside the meal, we got all this list. See, okay, I can just copy that in a new file, so we can format and see the response. So I will copy it inside the new file. I will just format this. I don't know why it's not formatting. Maybe that's it's too much data. Okay, yeah, now I think I don't see any format. Anyway, let's leave it as it is. But once you get this recipe list, I will close this file. Now this recipe list, we need to display it on the screen. So over here inside the view, I'm going to use a flat list from the React Native. To this flat list, just provide the recipe list, then the render item. Here we'll say item only and the arrow function. Now we'll create a new component to display each recipe. So here I'm going to create a new component under the component folder, and here we'll call recipe card.jsx. Add a default template and it will accept the recipe information, each recipe information. Now we'll simply going to import the recipe card. Then inside the recipe we'll pass each item, and if I save it, you will see this is getting rendered, right? Now over here, first thing we want to show is the recipe image, right? So simply I'm going to add an image from the React Native. Here inside the source we'll say URI, and from the recipe image URL we're gonna display. Inside the style, here we'll say width to be like say I will say 500 for now, and then height let's say 240, and then save it. And this is how it will look like. Okay, so I will just make this 140. Now I want this into form of grid, so I will go to this meals, and for this flat list I will say number of column to 2. When you change the column, you need to reload your application, which you already learned it right previously, because that's what we also already use this number of column feature inside the flat list. Now if I go to this meal here, obviously it's still not look good, but if I go to the recipe card view, we'll add a style and then we'll make it flex to 1. And now you will see it will show in the form of grid. Next, we'll also add a padding to let's say 5. Instead of padding, let's add a margin only. So we'll say margin to 5. And for width, now I will say 100%. Perfect. See, now it's looking quite good. Next thing, I will change this height to let's say 100 only, and below that I'm gonna add a view. Inside this view we'll show the recipe name, so we'll say recipe dot name. I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, so this need to be a recipe name actually. That's how it display. For this we'll add a style, we'll change the font size to let's say 18, make it 16, and then font weight to bold. Perfect. And then we just need to show how much time it will take, and then how much calorie it will get it, right? So obviously in that case our data is in the JSON, right? So here we'll say recipe JSON is equal to recipe dot JSON data, and then from the recipe JSON we can directly get that. So inside the view, again I will again add one more view because we want to add an icon, and here we'll say recipe JSON dot calories, and save it. Oh, so this need to be a text actually. Perfect. And here we'll say kcal. I will wrap this in a view because I want to add an icon as well. So in order to add a icon, we'll go to this huge icon. Here we'll say calories. I don't know whether we have calorie, but I will use this burn or maybe fire. That's what we use everywhere, right? So let's use any of them which you like, copy that and simply paste it here. Oh. So we'll import that huge icon from the React Native. Inside the icon we'll add this fire to icon, something like this. Now for this view I will add external styling. Here we'll say info container, and I will attach this info container to this view as a styles.info container, and then we'll say display as a flex direction as a row, and then gap to 2, and we'll also make align item in the center. Now for this icon I'm gonna change the color to colors dot red. I don't know whether we have the red, but let's quickly add inside our color, and I will just add it as a red, and here we'll change this to red. Then we also going to update the style of this one. So here we'll say style and font size, let's say 14, and font the color as colors dot gray. Perfect. If you want you can change this size to let's say 17, little bit bigger, and for this particular view we want to change this, but before that let me add this view one more time, because in that one now I'm going to show the time required. So here we say cook time, I believe I forgot actually, yeah it's correct, this cook time only, and we want this everything in one line. So inside the style let's add the style.info container, so it will be in the one line. Perfect. And along with that one I'm going to add a gap to let's say 15. Perfect. And for this info container we also going to add a margin top to 15, not 15 but let's make it 8, maybe 6 is fine. Now for this parent view we'll add a style, and then we'll add a padding to let's say 10. Then we'll add a background color as colors dot white, and then we'll make a border radius to let's say we want border bottom radius only, so we'll say bottom left radius to let's say 15, and border bottom right radius to 15. See, something like this. Same thing, same border we need to add for this image at the top. So over here we'll say border radius top left radius to 15, border top right radius to 15. Perfect. Now we want to scroll everything together, because right now only bottom part is scrolling. So inside this mail I'm gonna wrap this inside the flat list with the data as empty, then the render item, here we'll say null, and then list header component. Inside that we will add this component and then close this tag. So you can scroll all and everything together. See how cool. Just quick thing, inside the recipe card this icon is too big, right? So I'm gonna change the size of this icon. So here inside the size we'll say for example 8, or 8 is too small, let's make it 17 or 18, and same thing I'm gonna update for this other icon as well. Perfect. So that's how guys you need to add this recipe thing. Now we have to make sure on the click of this recipe you will jump onto the recipe screen. So there are two ways, either you can wrap this in a link tag from the Expo router, add the hrefs and wrap your complete view inside this link. and then inside the h-reference you can say recipe detail screen. But don't forget to pass a recipe id, which you will get it from the recipe underscore id, and save it. Obviously everything will get changed, so make sure you will apply this style to this link now. Perfect. And if I open anything, something like this, say it will jump over here. How cool. If I click on add to meal plan, I will select the tomorrow's date, will select lunch and add to meal plan, and boom, it will get added to that particular date. So that, guys, that's how you can reuse your component and then add to your application. Until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this chapter we are going to show and implement the progress tab bar, and it will be very straightforward because we are going to use all the existing component to display on the progress. At the top we are going to use this dates component which we already implemented inside the action sheet. On the click of these dates, we are going to show the meal which is already planned or user added. So obviously if I select the today's date, it will show the 2 days. If I click the tomorrow's or Sunday, Monday, it will show that particular meal plan. Then we're gonna use this goal option. Obviously we already have, so I'm bringing on the progress bar as well. And again, we're gonna add an option to generate the recipe with the help of AI. So as you see, we are using all the existing component. So first thing first, we're gonna use this date option. So if I go to our action sheet, which is we implemented inside the recipe detail screen, right? So go to the recipe detail screen. Inside this index.tsx file, here we have add to meal action sheet. Inside this add to meal action sheet, we added this flat list to select the date, correct? So simply we are going to move this component into a different file as a separate component so that we can implement and use it inside the progress bar. So inside this component we'll say date selection cards dot jsx, add a default template for this one, and then I'm going to just reuse everything as it is. So I will cut it from here and we'll paste it. We'll paste it here inside the view only. Okay. Now obviously make sure to import each of these things like flat list from the React Native. Here we need a date list. That date list logic you can cut from this one and then use it inside your date selection card. So along with this use effect, I will cut it from here. I will put it inside this date selection along with this state which we want. And one by one, make sure to import all of this information like use effect, then moment library. After this, we import flat list, import the touchable opacity from the React Native, and the text I think we already have, so no worry. And once you import, you can just make sure to add inside this section. Okay, so here we'll add this date selection card and then save it. Once you just select the card, the date, right, we have this on press event, this item we need to send back from this one. So it will say selected date, and I will copy that over here as a set selected date, because we already have this set selected date which will help us to set and date, and we can use it to add to meal plan. Okay, let's save this one. Now I will close all of this tab for now, and inside this progress tab, let's go to this progress tab. First let's add a style. We'll add a padding of 20. We'll also add a padding top, depends on the platform. So here we'll say platform.os is equal to iOS, then it will be 40, otherwise it will be 25. Then for this one we'll say style, we'll add a font size of 25 and font weight to bold. Then we want to add the select date option. So over here we'll add date selection card. I think it's not coming. Let's import that. So we'll say import date selection card, I believe, from component folder. Underscore date selection card. Okay, so I will make sure the name is correct and then make sure to import that. Here it will return the set selected date, and I'm going to use the selected date comma set selected date is equal to use state, and then just use this and then save it. Once you add that, so we are getting the error saying selected date does not exist. This error coming inside the date selection obviously. So over here we have this set selected date. Okay, so over here if you see we have this selected date option which will help us to update the background, right? So for that one I will say constant and we'll say selected date underscore set selected date underscore, okay, is equal to use state, just to use it. Okay, so over here along with this one I am going to set this item and then we'll say set date underscore and date, because we don't want to confuse with the names, so that's the reason I added this underscore. Now if I go to the progress, and we might get error obviously because there are some of the things we did not imported. So also we need to import the colors, from the services, or not services, from the shared, I believe. Yeah, and here we go. Now we are getting date. If I select any date, see it's showing it as a selected one as well. Beautiful. Now next step depends on the date selection. We need to fetch the all the card list, right? So we are going to simply use our today's meal plan component. So here we'll say today's meal plan, just use that and boom, we got this today's meal plan. But obviously on the click of this date we want to update this meal plan. Okay, so it's very easy. The only thing that you need to do, you need to pass a date. So over here we need to pass date which user selected, so we'll pass it as a selected date, and then inside this today's meal plan I will accept that as a selected date, and by default I will keep it as a null. Okay, whenever the selected date is present then we'll use the selected date, otherwise we'll use the default date, as simple as that. Also we need to format this date, so I will just copy this over here and then I will paste this the selected date here. This need to be a selected date and we want to put it in this format. Let's save this one. Actually you don't need to format this one, just keep it like this because it is already in the correct format. And if I click on this one, for example 17, if you see we have this 2. For 18 and 19 I don't think so we have any, but on 16 and 17 we have some data. Also we don't want this text whenever we pass the selected date to this today's meal plan, so I'm gonna just wrap this. If its selected date is not there then only show this particular text and save it. Okay, now if you see it is gone, but on the home screen you will display this today's meal plan. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to implement this particular functionality. Next, as simple as that we want to do, go to the progress bar, and inside this progress bar we are going to implement the today's progress. So I don't know why it's not getting imported, none of the component not getting imported, but we want to show a today's progress, and yeah, now it's getting imported. See, and the last we also want a generated recipe card. similar like a home screen, and that one we are also going to display. Now make sure if it's not scrolling, wrap this inside the flat list on the React Native. Here inside the data, make it empty. Then for the render item, keep it null, and for a list header component, wrap your add your complete view and close the tag. Once you save it, you can see you can able to now scroll it easily. Now let's implement the final screen, which is the profile screen, on which we are going to add a profile information and some menu option. If you see, I already added this menu option under the profile tab, which contain the title, icon and path. Okay, so on the click of that, it will go to that particular path inside the application only. So first, I'm going to add the style. So I will just copy this style from the another tab and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import the platform from the React Native and then save it. To this text, we'll add a font size of 25 and font weight to bold. Then first thing I want to show as a profile image, and as we don't have, so I'm going to add a placeholder from the local. So we'll use a require and we'll locate the assets folder /images/user.png. Then let's apply some style. So we'll say style width to let's say 60 or make it 70 and height to 70. I will make it 100, little bit bigger, and then add a border radius to 99. Then we want in the center of the screen. So I'm going to wrap this section inside the one view, and for this view I will add a style. We'll make it display as a flex and we'll make align item in the center. We'll also give margin top to 15. Then after this image, we'll add a text, and in that one we want to show a user name. So user information you can get from the user is equal to use context, and then we'll say user context, and here we'll say user dot name. We are also going to show user email, and then we'll apply some style. So here we'll add a font size, let's say 20, font weight to bold. Then for this text we'll add a style, font size to 16, and then color to colors dot gray. Also add margin top to 5, and here as well I'm going to add margin top to 5. Then whatever menu option we have, we are just going to display that one. So I'm going to use flat list for that. To this flat list, let's provide a data. Here we'll say menu options. Inside the render item, we'll add item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view. On the left hand side I want to show an icon, so I'm going to use icons from the React Native. Here for the icon we'll just pass item dot icon, because I use the huge icon and see this one, and I imported from this huge icon only, so that I'm using that. And if you see okay, so somehow okay, I think we incorrectly added these braces, so make sure you add correct brace, and here we have this all these icons. Obviously you can change this size to let's say 35, and then I want to add a text. We'll say item dot title. For this one I will add a font size, let's say 25, or like make it 20, and font weight I will add let's say 500, or let's make it 300, little lighter. Okay, then let's bring everything in one line. So for this view, we'll add a display as a flex and flex direction as a row. Then we'll give gap to 6 and then align item in the center of the screen. Also, we are going to add some padding. Let's add padding to 10 and let's add a border width to, let's say, 0.2. Also, we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 5 and then border radius to 15. Then we're gonna change the background color to colors.white and I'm gonna add more padding, something like this. Perfect. Then for this flat list, you can add a style and make sure to add a margin top to, let's say, 20. Perfect. And here we have these options. Now for this all the icon, you can change the color to our application color. So I think it's not getting imported. Sometimes it's import, sometimes not. Okay, we already have imported, so that's good. See, something like this. I think this look much better. Perfect. And obviously on the click of any of this option, we want to navigate. Also here for this, I will add elevation to 1. So it will give some shadow effect. And on the click, so we want to write a method called on menu option click. Here we'll pass complete menu that is selected. And we want to change this view to touchable opacity from the React Native so that we can add on press event and then pass this item as a menu. Okay. Now except if menu is equal menu dot path is matches with the we can say logout, then we just want to log out. Okay, that will build it in a moment, but make sure to return empty so it will not go to the next step. Otherwise we want to route it, so simply I'm going to use a router using use router from the Expo router, and then we'll say router dot push and then we'll just push it to that particular option. So here we'll say menu dot path, as simple as that, and save it. Now for the sign out, we'll simply add a sign out from the Firebase authentication. Inside that, add the auth reference. If it's not getting imported, make sure to import the auth reference from services / Firebase config. And over here, inside, after adding this one, we'll say then. I don't know why it's not showing the sign out. Okay, now it's imported. Then it will get sign out automatically. Okay, and once it is sign out, you can just console sign out. Now once it is sign out, we want to set user information to empty. So we'll say set the user to null, and we want to redirect user to the landing screen or home screen. So we'll replace it with home screen. Perfect, and save it. If I click on my progress, see, it jumped to this my progress tab. If I go to this explore recipe, it will go to this explore recipe. For the AI recipe, it will go to this AI recipe page where you can create billing. We don't have right now, but if you want to learn how to add billing into your React Native mobile, Android and iOS application, let me know in the comment section. I will create a separate video for that one. And on the click of logout, it will log out from the application. Boom, see, it jump onto this. Even though you refresh the screen, it will not log in you. Okay, you have to now add or sign in and add the password for it. Once your application development is complete, we need to finalize our application. In the sense, we need to update our application logo or icon, which once user install, we can show that. So simply inside the assets in images, I will open this in a file explorer. Inside the image, you will see that we have this icon, which is the default icon that we are using, icon.png. But now we want to use our own icon. So I just created this simple easy icon and which I'm going to use, and I will remove this icon. So let's delete this and rename this to, let's say, icon.png. Make sure the name one which you deleted is similar to this one, so you don't need to change anywhere. Same thing you can do it for the splash screen and adaptive icon and for other as well. So I will copy paste this one more time. I will copy this complete name and then I will delete this splash icon and I will replace with our own icon. Okay, I think the rename, let's remove one png. Perfect, something like this. And make sure to reload your application and then you will see that updated logo for your application. Now we are at the final chapter of this particular course where we are going to learn how to export the Android application. The same way you can also build for the iOS as well, but let's talk about the Android. Now in order to export it, you can have option to export in two different format. One is the APK file which you can directly share with your friends and they can able to install it with your APK file. But in order to deploy and publish this application on Play Store, you need to have the .aab file format. And yeah, it's very easy and it's very similar way that you can export this file in the specific format. Okay, so make sure that. Also there are two ways that you can do the exporting of your application. One is the ES build, which is given by the Expo, okay, which is provided by Expo, where you can directly build it on the Expo platform. But this is a slow, and if you want to export more APK file, then you have to pay for that one. So rather we are going to use a local build where you can build on your local machine. You just need to have Android Studio, that's all. Okay, so first thing first, let's go to this Expo documentation and here you will learn how to build APK file. So in order to build APK file, you need to create eas.json file. So copy this. I will go back to our project and inside the root directory, I'm going to create eas.json file. Make sure to paste everything, and if you see, this is the preview where you can build the APK file and then save it. Let's close all of this tab for now, and inside the terminal I will add a new terminal. Here you just need to type the EAS build dash platform. You can mention the platform. Now we are building for the Android, and then in order to build the APK you need to provide profile as a preview. Now you might have question why we are giving this. Inside the es.json, if you see, the profile name we give as a preview. Here same way you can give preview 2 for the release, preview 3 for the development client, and so on. So in this case I am giving the profile as a preview, and then we will add dash local or hyphen local. This is very important, then only it will build locally on your machine. In order to build it, make sure you have the Android SDK installed. Now just click enter. Then it will ask you the Android package ID. So here I will give com.tubeguruji.ai diet planner, okay, and click enter. Now this is very important because this package will be your final package. You cannot change this package name as well. Here you can generate the key store, say yes, and here Expo will automatically generate the key store for you, so you don't need to worry about that and anything. And now the build is started. Now obviously it will take few minutes to build it. Obviously if you find this kind of error, just ignore it. Also you have to make sure the Android SDK environment path and the Android SDK tool path is set up into your machine. If not, make sure to set up, depends on which operating system you are using. Also in meantime, I wanted to show how you can update your Convex dev environment database to production. It's very simple. Just go to this Convex database and here click on the production. Once you click on production, go to the setting, and from this settings you will get this deployment URL. Just copy that, go to your .env.local file, and then inside your uh, Convex URL you just need to update this with your URL. Okay, and here as well you need to change this to a production, something like similar like this one, as simple as that. And here we go, our APK is now ready. If I go to this root directory, you will see this APK file. Don't worry, I am going to share this APK file with you so that you can try on your actual device. Now, how to do it or export the AAB file? Just you don't need to provide this profile preview, and then execute the same command which you wrote initially and click enter, and it will generate the .aab file for you. This is how easy it is, guys. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also, I will create a new video which will demonstrate how to publish the video on the Play Store and the App Store as well.